Today we will begin with the book of Yoga, the seventh book in Savitri. In the previous book, the book of Fate, Narad has disclosed the death of Satyavan 1 year after the marriage of Satyavan and Savitri. He also makes it very clear that it is a destined marriage, and although it might look to be calamitous, it is something which has to happen, which must happen. It is necessary for the further evolutionary advance. So Narad is not simply making an announcement of a calamitous event. In fact, he is in that way initiating Savitri into yoga. He is giving her diksha. Directly or indirectly, he has cast the seed of yoga in the soul of Savitri. One would in fact say that it is not just directly or indirectly, it is a deliberate, a purposeful action on his part. He takes the enormous trouble of coming all the way from his home in paradise to Madra at the most opportune moment when Savitri is going to disclose to her parents the choice she has made in Satyavan as her life's partner. So, just before she arrives to the palace, Narad is already present there 1 hour before her arrival. And then, in the course of what transpired between them all in the palace hall, unknown to anybody else except these four, Savitri, her parents, and of course Narad himself, that this year, this day returning, 1 year after the marriage, Satyavan must die. He says must die. He does not say will die, which is a very clear indication of a kind of a divine determination, divine determinism in the whole process. And as a part of that divine determinism, Narad himself comes here to make that announcement. And in the presence of her parents, who are great accomplished souls, he tells Savitri that this is something unique which is going to happen in the evolutionary history of the earth, and she must get prepared to undertake the task for which she had taken this particular birth. She has taken this birth, the divine force has incarnated with a certain mission, and now the moment has arrived that she must begin to accomplish her mission. So in that sense, he has already cast an occult seed of yoga in the soul of Savitri. And later on, he says, very prophetically, very emphatically, with enormous amount of significance put into the words, that no human will can intervene in what Savitri has determined to do. She is firm in her resolve, although she knows now that her husband is going to die 1 year after the marriage. She is going to stick to that and she is going to meet fate. So Narad tells to Savitri's mother, Malavi, that she must leave her. Savitri's mother must leave Savitri. She must leave her to her mighty self and fate. The determination of fate is irrevocable. He has to die, he must die. Throughout the epic Savitri, we have this particular aspect as if kind of ringing in our ears everywhere. This day returning, Satyavan must die. Must die. In one of the talks in the 1940s, early 1940s, Shivendu was asked by his attendants about this particular aspect, and he says very emphatically again that Satyavan has to die. He used the word has to die. Here, of course, he uses the word in Savitri, in the epic, must die. Both of them are exactly the same thing. Has to die, must die. Why he must die? Why he has to die? Because only then can the obstacle which is standing in the process of a divine manifestation be removed. The mind of night, standing across the path of the divine event, has to be displaced. And in order that that happens, Satyavan has to die. Why? Because that provides an occasion for Savitri to meet death face to face. It is not that she is here and death is in the occult world, that they are going to fight it out and remove death. They had to come face to face, confront each other. Then only she can win a victory over him. It is not by simply saying, death disappear. It's not a magic wand by which death is going to disappear. She has to meet him face to face, and only then she can wield her strength and remove this obstacle standing across the path of the divine event. Now, therefore, the entire crux of the matter is condensed in one single action. Satyavan must die. Savitri, therefore, has to meet death, and Savitri must win victory over death. So, Savitri has to prepare herself to win victory over death. For that purpose, she has to do yoga. The entire thrust of Savitri's yoga is to win victory over death. She must gather the divine force in her soul and with that force confront death and vanquish him. That can happen only when Savitri is occult yogically prepared to do that. That is why we can say that again, Narad comes here to give Diksha to Savitri. He initiates her on the path of yoga. And Savitri is now set to do that yoga. Well, this is the general basis of why Savitri has to do yoga. Now, this particular book, in fact, as I said earlier, as I read in the line from Savitri, Narada tells to Savitri's mother, leave her to her mighty self and wait. Mighty self, she can become really mighty when she has imbibed in her soul the power of the Mahashakti. When that is present in her soul, then she can meet death. She can face fate. So therefore, doing yoga becomes an imperative in the case of Savitri. She must do yoga. Now, when we see this title of the book, Book 7, the Book of Yoga, it is the yoga very specific to Savitri. This yoga is meant for Savitri. It is not for you, for me, for we. Certainly, it is not for me. This yoga is specific to Savitri. She has to gather force in her soul and meet death, to conquer death. The task of Savitri's yoga is to win victory over death. Now, that is not our task. Our task is of a different kind. Our yoga will be of a different nature. It is not the same yoga which we can follow. In fact, it is impossible for us to do the yoga Savitri is going to do. It is a very unique yoga which Savitri alone can do it. As a matter of fact, we can stretch the argument a little further and say that this yoga, which is so unique to Savitri, cannot be done even by Ashwapati. It is so unique to Savitri alone. It is an occult battle, and it is only the power of the Almighty Mother who can enter into the occult field and accomplish the task for which she herself incarnates here as Savitri. Ashwapati does not incarnate himself here for that purpose. His incarnation is of a different nature. His incarnation is to prepare the necessary ground for the birth of Savitri. He has to establish the divine presence in all the parts of the universe, and it is on the basis of that presence of the divine everywhere that Savitri can do her yoga and can win victory over death. So the role of Ashwapati is to establish the divine presence everywhere, to invoke the birth of divine Savitri here. He compels her to pass through the portals of the birth, that is a death. She has to take the mortal birth. Savitri has to take the mortal birth and do this work. Now, some little background about how this book of yoga was composed by Shevendra, by the yogi poet. There is absolutely no parallel of this kind of yoga anywhere in the spiritual, occult or yogic literature. This is absolutely unique to Savitri itself. This book was not existent before 1946. In fact, in one of his letters to Amal Kiran, Sri Aurobindo says that he has yet to begin the book of yoga. We can say that he started drafting this particular book sometime around 1947. And his draft consisted of not more than 1000 lines at the time. The final version which we have got here has 3165 lines. In the 1950 edition, 3165 lines. In the revised edition, we have 5 additional lines, 3172 lines, additional 7 lines. Now this draft in Sri Aurobindo's handwriting was, as I said, a rough draft. And I got some details here. Let me just read them out here. This is a pretty long book, about 90 pages in the centenary edition, 3172 lines in the revised edition, minus 5 in the 1950 version. This was essentially written in 1947. Sri Aurobindo used a diary-like book, a small diary-like book of about 7 inches by 4.5 inches size, 7 inches height, 4.5 inches width, roughly. 7 inches by 4.5 inches of about 200 pages. His handwriting is difficult to read, difficult to decipher at this stage. Earlier handwriting was very beautiful, very clear, very distinct. But in 1947, his scribbling overflowed from one line to the other, one word into the other word like that. 200 pages, handwriting is difficult to decipher. Lot of pages remained unused. Out of this 200, a number of pages were not used at all, they remained blank. The lines were quickly written with large spacings in between, one line here, one line here, one line here, like that, because he could not see things properly. His eyesight had become weak, but he had somehow kind of scribbled those lines. The lines were quickly written with large spacing in between, about 12 to 15 lines per page. This version is of the nature of a rough draft. He wanted to kind of capture the main theme, the main inspiration which is there behind it, and use that as the basis for developing the entire book. Broad outlines used for dictation. So it is this particular basis became the starting point for composing the final version of the Book of Yoga, which was all by dictation from this point onward. In other words, these lines were read out to Sri Aurobindo, and on the basis of these lines, he should dictate new lines to Nirodbaran, who was attending on him for this work. There are changes here and there in Nirod's hand, even in this draft. In other words, while the draft was being read out to Sri Aurobindo, he had dictated few alterations, revisions, changes in the text. The total composition may not be more than 1000 lines in this particular draft form. Later on, almost after 1 year or so, it becomes 3 times, 3167 lines. Now, the copy text, which is used for the purposes of final composition, is on a scribbling pad. The dictation which is given to Nirodbaran, on which the paper, where the dictation was taken down, that was on a scribbling pad. Nirodbaran's handwriting is very neat, very clean, very beautiful also, very, very unlike the handwriting of a doctor. See, so in that sense, he was never a doctor, see. His handwriting was the handwriting of a scribe, perfect scribe. Copy text is in Nirod's hand and is on a scribbling pad, neatly written and not much alterations in the dictation. And both sides of the paper were used. It is a scribbling pad, on both the sides the dictation was taken down. In those days, there was a shortage of papers and they had to economize on the use of paper. So, the scribbling pad was used for dictation and both the sides of the paper were used for that purpose, the same. The scribbling pad is roughly of the size of 9 inches by 6 inches, approximately of the size of a standard book now, see. 9 inches by 6 inches. Later on, this dictated passage, this dictated version, as it progressed, were typed out by Nalini. And of course, these typed scripts were again read out to Sriaurobindo, in which he once more made changes, revisions, alterations. He kept on adding at every stage new things in the text. Now, the title to the Canto 7 is missing in all the earlier editions of Savitri prior to the revised edition, 1993. But it is present there in Sriaurobindo's draft, in one of his drafts. And the title is The Discovery of the Cosmic Spirit and Cosmic Consciousness. In fact, the beginning of this canto, Canto 7 of Book 7, in the manuscript, has 2 drafts. And it is in one of the drafts that this title is present. The draft which was used for finalizing the text was the other draft where this title was not present. And therefore they said that the title was not given by the author, you see. But later on, when the drafts were compared, the title was there in the other draft, you see. And this has now been restored in the revised edition. The beginning of the canto in the manuscript has 2 drafts. On one, the title is written. There are 2 versions, but these 2 versions should be compared carefully before accepting this or that. Which one to be accepted as the final version is still a point which should be looked into more carefully. Should be compared carefully and also with the typescript. These 2 manuscript drafts plus the typescript plus the revision. All this should be properly compared before we can say that yes, this is the final draft of Canto 7 of Book 7, the Book of Yoga, the last canto. About 25 years ago or so, when Savitri revisions were being scrutinized, many of these points came in our discussion. Myself, Richard, Amal Kiran, and Nirobran, we used to meet regularly and go through all these details entry by entry and check the appropriateness of various entries. There are differences in opinion in the choices made in the text, but finally the decision was left to Nirodharan and Amal Kiran. That should not still mean that that could be taken as the last word, the authoritative word. As a matter of fact, it is necessary that these be examined in more detail, with greater care, and with a kind of a completeness. After all, most of those meetings were scheduled meetings, and there was not much time for going into many details, seeing various drafts and various possibilities and things of that kind. They were, in a certain sense, done in a hurry. That hurry should not be present now. With all the time, with all the resources at our disposal, it is necessary that a thorough rechecking of all those entries be done once more. Well, basically at this point I can only say that Book of Yoga came very late in the composition of Savitri. In other words, it has in it the entire yogic component, the yogic realization of Shivendu and the mother till as late as 1947, which is not present in the earlier writings. So, from that angle, it is, we can say, the completest, the most authentic, the most exhaustive formulation of the yogic aspects of Shivendu and the mother. And it is that which becomes extremely valuable to us. So again, it becomes necessary for us, with great patience, with great understanding, with great composition, with deep peace in our mind and our soul, we look into those drafts, into those compositions, and see what best is possible from our angle. They have done their job, but there are certain things which need also got to be done even now. And it is that opening for which one could look forward. So, Book 7, the Book of Yoga, the first canto, the very first line is a very simple line, but it is also a very complex line, very difficult line. There are layers of meaning in one single line. Fate followed her foreseen immutable road. There is no complicated word here. Fate followed her foreseen immutable road. It is a very straightforward kind of a statement, but it is loaded with several shades of meaning. It is one of those lines which opens out the occult, the spiritual, the ideal, the structural, the conceptual profundities that are present in Savitri. See, for instance, the very first line of the epic. It was the hour before the gods awake. It was the hour before the gods awake. There is absolutely no complicated statement here. It is a very simple, straightforward declaration, narrative of what is going to follow. But to understand the meaning of this particular line, it was the hour before the gods awake. To grasp the significance of this line, you had to know the whole of Savitri. As if the entire Savitri is condensed in this particular line. Like that, there are a number of lines in Savitri. The last line of the canto, first canto itself. This was the day when Satyavan must die. This was the day when Satyavan must die. Again, there is absolutely nothing complicated in this line. Very plain, simple statement, narrative. It was the hour before the gods awake. This was the day when Satyavan must die. Fate followed her, foreseen immutable road. See, all these three lines are perfect lines. They are end-stop lines, a single sentence line, and very plain statements. But as I said, the layers of meaning which are hidden in these lines reveal the richness of the composition of Savitri. It is very rarely that as if the entire spirituality, the occultism, the literary background for the author is compressed in a statement like this. It was the hour before the gods awake has a very deep occult dimension. Basically, it relates to the entire story of creation. Why this world was created, what is it meant for, what is going to happen here, what is the purpose behind it. The whole thing is condensed in one single statement here. In the same way, this was the day when Satyavan must die. As if there is a kind of a problem, a great issue, and in order that that issue is resolved, this man has to die. What is the relationship of that issue and of this death? That is something which is very deep and profound. And the poet, the yogi, has in one single sentence indicated all those dimensions in one single line. In the same way, fate followed her foreseen immutable road, as if the entire working of the secret nature or the play of forces operating in the universe, as if something which is deep, philosophical, is getting expressed here. There is certainly very deep in this line. Fate followed her in beautiful road. What is fate? What is road? Who is this her? What is immutable about it? Who has foreseen this road? See, all these questions suddenly arise. Fate followed her foreseen immutable road. Fate has followed whose road? Is it her own road? Fate is following. That fate cannot but follow that road. That if the road is marked, nothing can change on that road, and fate must walk on that particular road. Is it that? Or is it fate who is following the immutable road of Savitri? Is it fate's own road, or fate is following the road which was foreseen for Savitri? That question remains unresolved. If you simply read this particular line, her stands for whom? Is it for fate or for Savitri? And who is forcing this road? Somebody is already having that knowledge and he knows that, well, this is how things will happen. Why? For what purpose? That is not disclosed at all in this particular line. Fate followed her, foreseen immutable road. That is the philosophical tone of the line. Deep philosophy, essentially of the Greek kind, is present in this particular line. Fate cannot but follow her own road. Savitri cannot but follow the road marked out for her. Now, in order to understand the implications of this particular phrase, we have to know a lot of things. See, for instance, in the previous canto, the book of fate, Narad is telling to Savitri's mother, give her to herself and her fate. Savitri's mother is told very firmly, sorry, you have no place at all to be present in what Savitri is going to do. Give her to herself, to her spirit, to her soul, to her destiny, to her fate. You have absolutely no place in the unfolding of those events. Again, the line closes the word to her fate, to Savitri's fate, to her fate. So there, the connection with her fate is explicit. It is very clear that Savitri has to follow her own fate. Her destiny, her line of action proper to her own soul, she must follow, and nobody else has any part to play in it. She has no business to be present there at all. So let her follow her own road. That is the kind of freedom she must have, and you cannot snatch away the freedom of Savitri. That is what Narad is telling to Savitri's mother. Give her to her mighty self and fate. Mighty self. Savitri is only somebody very big, very powerful, very strong, who can definitely face fate. So you have no business to be there. After all, you are a small human creature, and the things which are going to happen are on a different scale altogether, on the cosmic dimension. You have no place there at all. So, leave her to her mighty self and fate. Now, is it the same fate which Narada is speaking of in this line? Fate followed her, forcing in beautiful road. That is the last line of the previous canto. This is the first line of the next canto. The book of Yoga follows immediately the book of fate. So, is there a connection between the fate of this canto and the fate of that canto? Possibly, there could be a connection. It's very likely also. But if we see from a certain chronological point of view, we have another aspect which can be very puzzling. This particular line, the last line of Narada's speech in the book of Fate, give her to her mighty self and fate, is absolutely the last line dictated by Savitri around 15th November 1950. This line was dictated middle of November 1950. In other words, the last word which he uttered, the poet, the yogi uttered, was her fate. Mighty self and her fate. Fate is the last word Savitri has uttered in his dictation of Savitri, the last composition of Savitri. Whereas this particular line, as we have seen last time, or in the book of Yoga, the first line, fate followed her immutable course in road, belongs to the 1947 period of composition. The book of Yoga was started, drafted by him in 1947. So, to connect this particular line of 1947 to the other line of 1950 will not be really proper also. So, to see a connection between this line and that line, we have to see something else. Fate followed her, forcing immutable road, knew her to her mighty self and fate. They are not directly the same thing. Now, this word fate appears in Savitri in a number of places. As a possessive noun, as a compound, as an adjectival word in various combinations. The total number of occurrences of fate and fate-related words in Savitri are 254. The number of times this word fate appears in all is 254. Now, fate proper itself appears 216 times. Fates as a possessive noun 14 times. Fates as a plural once. Fate driven, fate man as a compound 6 times. Fated 5 times. Fateful 12 times. So if you see like that, then the occurrence of fate is very common, so to say, in Savitri. Total number of times its appearance is 254. The first occurrence of this word fate itself is in the first canto. The lines are, earth being abandoned in the hollow gulfs, December dawn. He is describing the condition of the earth. Earth being abandoned in the hollow gulfs, forgetful of her spirit and her fate. What is her fate going to be? Earth herself does not know. She is wheeling around in the gulfs of spaces, abandoned, as if nobody is there to take care of her, forgetful of her spirit and her fate. That is the first occurrence of the word fate in Savitri. Then, of course, we have a couple of more important occurrences of this word fate. We have her soul arose, confronting time and fate. Savitri's condition is transcendently described in the symbol dawn, in the issue, as something which she has to accomplish. Her soul arose, confronting time and fate. That is the crucial occurrence of the word fate as far as Savitri is concerned. She is face to face with death, and her mighty spirit arises, and she has accepted the challenge thrown by death to her, and she has to win victory over him. Therefore, her soul arose, confronting time and fate, Kala and Niyati. Both of them she is facing, Kala and Niyati. She is facing both of them simultaneously. That is a very crucial statement on part of Savitri. Then the mighty mother herself occupies the incarnate Savitri's sacrificial. And she is showing herself fully to Yama, death, the ordainer of this cosmic world at the moment, of this Mrityuluka, the Lord of this mortal world, Mrityuluka. But there is something very loaded also in the context of this fate. See, Ashwapati has done long and arduous yoga tapasya. In the Mahabharata story, Ashwapati was engaged in doing tapasya for 18 years. He used to do Savitri Yajna and offer her oblations every day, thousands and thousands of oblations every day. At the end of the 18 years period, this goddess Savitri appears in front of him in the fire altar. On Yajna Kunda, she rises and gives him blessings. Use him dancing a boom. Yes, tell me what you want. Why you are engaged in this yoga tapasya. And then, of course, Ashwapati tells that Shivandu Savitri that she must herself incarnate here upon this world, this mortal world. She must take a human birth. She must condescend to pass the portals of the birth, that is the death. She must accept birth and death in order to solve the problem of this mortality, of this mortal creation. Then only it is a solution possible. She must incarnate herself here. Then only there is a possibility of the divine manifestation. That is the boon Ashwapati demands from the divine goddess. And what does she say? Yes, I shall do that. He grants him the boon. And she says, yes, I shall take the mortal birth. I shall incarnate myself as your daughter. And she says, Once I had taken that birth, fate shall be changed by an unchanging will. Fate shall be changed by an unchanging will. Means the action of fate is already incorporated, embedded in the divine boon. Fate shall be changed. The working of the cosmic nature here has to take a different turn. What is being governed by the present cosmic forces shall not be anymore governed by the cosmic forces. It is not that niyati which will operate in sorrow. Therefore, fate shall be changed by an unchanging will. She will come with a determination, with a sankalpa, with a power, with a strength to change fate itself. That is what Savitri assures Ashwapati, the divine Savitri, goddess Savitri assures Ashwapati. And she takes birth as his daughter to change fate by an unchanging will. She will do yoga tapasya. She will do her yoga and gather power in her soul to change this fate. This fate has to change, an unchanging will. Now again here also they got the same thing. Fate followed her, foreseen immutable road, unchanging, immutable road. Fate is followed next. Again, as I told you earlier also, this time, Narada is assuring, he is rather firmly telling Savitri's mother, sorry, you have no place to stand between her and her fate. She is sufficiently strong. She has a mighty self, and that mighty self knows how to face fate. That is what Narada has firmly told the small, frail human creature. There are divine powers, there are occult agencies, there are big gods who are behind all these operations, and you have no place at all in their working. Fate shall be changed by an unchanging will. You are your mighty self and her fate. So that is how we have already some kind of a connection of fate with the previous descriptions in Savitri. And they definitely get linked up with this particular line. Fate followed her foreseen immutable route. They definitely get linked up with that. Yet the question arises, what is fate? Who has foreseen her road? Who is this her? Now, fate is a goddess, is a personified goddess, and therefore calling her fate followed her, means goddess is following her road and not Savitri's road, is quite understandable. Fate, the goddess, is following her own road. Who is bothered about Savitri or anybody else for that matter? She has to follow her road. The road has already been mapped out for her that these things should now happen. Time has arrived for the unfoldment of these events. There has to be now the beginning of a higher manifestation in the mortal world. Time has arrived. That is the foreseen road, transcendentally foreseen, and fate has to follow that road. There is no shortcut for that. Immutable road. Yes, it must happen. A new manifestation must take place. The supramental descent is decreed and inevitable. in the course of the Earth's evolution. That is the life message of Sri Aurobindo. The entire Yoga Siddhi is embedded in this particular message of his. The supramental descent is a thing decreed and inevitable in the course of the earthly evolution. So that is already foreseen transcendentally. Here also the road is foreseen transcendentally. But again, we can also connect this thing, this line, with the storyline. Narada is coming, he is making a statement 12 years after the marriage, 12 months after the marriage, our husband is going to die. He must die. This is decreed that he must die. He is making the statement. And he is also saying that this is for a certain purpose, that this must happen. This is the kind of statement he is making. In other words, in the storyline, Narada has already foreseen the road it is to follow. It is Narada who has foreseen the road in the development of the life of Savitri, who has taken a human birth. He is foreseen that road. It is an immutable road. After 12 months, he must die. That is what it says. In fact, Narada is an exceptional being. He has the faculty of seeing the movements of time in all the three dimensions: the past, the present, the future. He has the triple sight. He knows the entire past. He knows the present. He has come here in the present to tell something to Savitri. He knows what is going to happen tomorrow, 1 year after, etc. Narada has what we call three-kala drishti, the vision of threefold time, the past, the present, the future. He at once knows, and therefore he has foreseen the road already. Yes, this is to happen, this is to happen, this is to happen. So in the storyline, you can say it is Narada who has foreseen the road. The beautiful road for what? Where it will lead, the destiny, that is another matter. But as far as the line alone is concerned, these are the implications of it. There are philosophical, there are metaphysical, there are occult, there are spiritual, there are aesthetic, there are literary dimensions in this particular line. Let us say, fate followed her, forcing a beautiful road. It's a very rich and very powerful line. So this line itself looks so simple. Fate followed her, foreseeing a beautiful road. Who is this her? Who has foreseen it? Why it is beautiful? Where is that road going to go? All those things are implied in this particular line. Each word has to be weighed fully and its significance given full weightage. And perhaps in that process, we might be able to get some kind of a glimpse of what is there behind this line. So we'll continue to look into the very first line of the canto. It is a long line, long in the sense the kind of contents it has, and the shades, the depths, the occult significances, the metaphysical associations which it has, they are kind of endless. Everything is compressed in one single line. Fate followed her, foreseen in beautiful road. And we are trying to look at this line as who is this her, who has foreseen the road, why the road is immutable, who is fate. These are important questions in the context of things which are going to happen. Savitri has come with a certain mission, and there are uncertainties of events. It is not unidirectional shooting of an arrow going from one point to the other point, but it has to pass through meandering courses of time and space and occult realms of nature, and every aspect of it enters into play. That is why the line becomes rich also. Fate followed her, forcing immutable road. Well, from the point of view of mythical quality of the line, we can say that there is a kind of an insistent alliteration. Fate followed, forcing, F, F, F is as in purposely repeated. Also, we have got here followed immutable L alliteration, which is important. Then there is R alliteration also. Her, forcing, road, the occurrence of R 3 times, the occurrence of L, the occurrence of F is something which gives you a different quality. And the poet is at his best in exploiting all the aspects of poetic technique in presenting this line. At the same time, as we saw earlier, this is an end-stopped line. Of course, mostly the lines of Savitri are end-stopped line, but this is a single line sentence. The sense, the meaning, everything is completed in one single line. It doesn't run into a set of lines, a paragraph, a stanza, which is not uncommon in Savitri. There are at times hundreds of words in one particular sentence in Savitri. But here you have very few words and the line is end stop, ending with itself. In other words, every sense of the meaning is compacted into one single sentence. Now, last time we were saying that followed her forcing immutable road. Who is forcing the immutable road? And one of the suggestions is that it could be Narad. If we go by the legend, by the storyline of Savitri, then it is Narad who had foreseen the event about the death of Satyavan, and things had to happen along that road. It is fixed. This is decreed. Nothing can change that. It is fixed. It is immutable. So the verdict has come already. Therefore, if it is Narad, then it could also mean that fate followed her. Her could in that case mean Savitri. It is the road taken by Savitri, which is being followed by fate. Means fate is constantly pursuing Savitri on her immutable road, which is not untrue also. In that case, it is Savitri who is really going to make or shape her fate. It is fate who is going to follow her road. Savitri is not going to follow the road to the fate. So that makes no difference. She is going to determine whatever is going to happen. And in that sense, fate becomes a sort of a subordinate power compared to the power which Savitri is possessing in herself, in her soul. Well, this is definitely possible, but at this point of time, it appears to be the other way around. It is actually Savitri who is following the road which is fixed for her. Fate followed her, means fate followed her own road. Yes, this is how I am going to go. Fate is saying, this is how I will go. This is my immutable road. Nothing can change it. Either you are there or not, whether this power is there or not, whether death is not, it's not going to matter to me at all. I am going to follow this road and things are going to happen along this road. In other words, fate becomes a feminine, which is perfectly understandable. Feminine because she is a goddess. She is a superior power and therefore she herself has the capacity to determine her own road and the course of events. Now, this sense also becomes significant from another angle. At this point of time, when this line is being introduced here by the poet, it is obvious that Savitri has not done her yoga to make fate follow her road, Savitri's road. That will happen when Savitri is going to do the yoga. Then she will compel every power in the creation to follow whatever she is going to will. That will happen later on. So at this point of time, you can simply say that this fate is actually the superior power who is going to determine the course of events for Savitri. And it is this course of events which is foreseen by Narada. He has, as I said earlier, Trikala Drishti, the vision of all the three parts of time, the past, the present, the future. And therefore he knows what is going to happen tomorrow. In fact, it is for that purpose he comes all the way to tell Savitri, look, this is what is going to happen tomorrow to you and be prepared, get ready. This is what he is going to tell to Savitri. As I said earlier, in that sense, Savitri is being given initiation into yoga by Narada. Or we can say that Narada is her first guru to initiate her on the path of yoga. And that yoga is yoga or the conquest of death. So Narada is taking the responsibility, so to say, to initiate Savitri on this path. He has that adhikar, power, authority to do that. He is one in the consciousness of Vishnu. He is seen everywhere, the work of his Vishnu being carried out, and it is with that consciousness, whatever he does, he will do with authority, with power, with conviction. In fact, that is one of the reasons why he comes all the way from his home in paradise, from Vishnu's palace to Ashwapati's palace in Mandara. He is here just before the arrival of Savitri, 1 hour before she arrives to the palace, and then he discloses what is going to happen. Now, about this Savitri being told regarding the future time and all that, we can see how Narada is significant in this whole game, in this whole unfoldment of events. We had a very pertinent description in the book of Fate, Canto 2. See, Savitri's mother is questioning the fate of her daughter. Why she is being greeted with this kind of a gift? She is a noble girl, she is a holy princess, powerful person, with all the noble qualities, why fate is cruel to her that her husband should die 1 year after the marriage. So she questions Narad about that thing, and she even asks him, is this your God who has created this miserable world? This miserable world, this calamitous world, full of difficulties, full of conflicts. Is this your God who has created this world? What kind of God is he? She is questioning him bluntly. And in response to that, Narad prepares in a very dignified, quiet, silent manner and answers her. This is a very beautiful passage which you can quickly read. Then, after a silence, Narad made reply. After the questioning by Savitri's mother, after a silence, Narad makes the reply. Now, it does not mean that Narad does not have an immediate reply, that he is kind of trying to collect his own ideas and going to answer shortly to Savitri's mother. It is not that kind of a silence. It is not that silence for him. He already knows the answer. He could immediately say this, and tell all those facts to her. So, when he says after the silence, Narad made reply. Why this after the silence? Because he wants Savitri's mother, Malavi, to quieten down. She is agitated, she is disturbed, she is not in a position to accept the fate of her daughter. So, under that condition, if you tell her something, she will straight away reject. Nonsense. I don't believe in that kind of a thing. She will say that. But he is allowing her to quieten down. After a silence, he gives purposeful silence so that she becomes quiet. She gathers herself into herself to receive what Narad is going to tell her. Then, after a silence, Narad made reply. Turning his lips to earthly sound, he spoke. He already knows the answer, but he has to give the answer in terms, in phrases, in idioms, which we can understand. Sound, he spoke, turning his lips to earthly sound, which you can hear. There are other subtle sounds which you cannot hear. So only those sounds which we can hear, it is in that word he is going to explain to Savitri's mother. Turning his lips to earthly sound, he spoke, and something now of the deep sense of fate. What is the fate behind it? Something now of the deep sense of fate. Wait, the fragile hints of mortal speech. So earthly sound, it is on that speech something kind of insignificant, but which is really loaded with deep sense of fate. It is that he is going to speak out. And something now of the deep sense of fate, wait, the fragile hints of mortal speech. His forehead shone with vision, solemnized, like a rishi, well composed. The full vision is there in front of him. He is bright, luminous, and now he has to present himself with that vision. His forehead shone with vision, solemnized, turned to a tablet of supernal thoughts, as if characters of an unwilling tongue had left in its breath the inscriptions of the gods, something which is not visible to us. It is that inscription of the gods, it is that which he is going to see, and it is that which he is going to reveal. There in that light, his forehead shone. There in that light, time toiled. That is a deep sense of faith. The time itself is toiling. Behind that is a deeper faith which is working in it. Turn there in that light, time toiled. His unseen works detected. The unseen works of time were detected. By whom? By Narada. Time is moving in a certain direction. It has taken a certain course. It must move on. And Narada sees what is there behind that moment of time. There in that light, time toiled, his unseen works detected. So Narada has detected a deep sense of faith, and it is that which was foreseen. Faith followed her, foreseen in beautiful robe. Narada has detected the unseen moment of time, the deep sense of faith, and it is that which he will reveal. So the line is immediately getting connected with this description which we have here of Narada. Now, this is something very significant also because, as I said, this Trikala Drishti has a greater inevitability which we can't see. Only when great things are going to happen to great people, the great persons like Narad come down here and participate. So Narad has foreseen the immutable road. He must rush to Mathura and inform Savitri, come on Savitri, get ready now. The moment is going to soon arrive. Now, we had a description of fate on a few other occasions also. Fate as feminine. I will give you a couple of examples where fate is treated as feminine, as a power, as a goddess. And therefore, fate followed her, means her own road. That is what it means. See, Satyavan and Savitri have met in the Shalva woods, and immediately in their souls they recognize their ancient identity, their oneness. The one for whom she was looking through lands, through events of time, here is now standing in front of her. And therefore, as a storyline goes, Savitri is meeting Satyavan and she is asking him, who are you? Why you are here in this wild forest? Your youth demands a greater status, a kingdom. You look like a prince, and why you are living here in the forest? And in response to that, Satyavan replies who he is, about his father, and how he lost his kingdom, and how they were exiled, and how Satyavan was here in the forest. He grew in the company of the forest rishis, sages. In days when yet his sight looked clear on light. Vyumasena had beautiful sight earlier, but he has lost his light. In days when yet his sight looked clear on light, came Vyumasena. Once the Shalva ran through all the track which from behind his tops, passing his days of emerald delight, his trusting converse with the traveler wends, turns, looking back to the southern heaven. He is describing the landscape and he tells her, and lays his flank upon the beauty hills. He was a king, he said. But equal fate as he was a king by fate, so to say. Equal fate removed her covering hand. She took away the gifts she had given to him. Equal fate removed her covering hand. Here he says very distinctly clearly, equal fate removed her covering hand. Fate is feminine. It is fate who had taken away the sight of Devasena. Again, for what purpose? Well, we have become wise and we can try to connect all those things, so to say, because he had to be exiled. He had to live in the forest hermitage. He had to bring up his son in the company of the rishis. It is here that Satyavan is to meet Savitri. So, in a very long but definite manner, fate was working with a definite intention. It was not for nothing that the eyesight of Devasena was lost. The meeting between Satyavan and Savitri had to take place in the forest. All these things had to happen. So the opening line of the Book of Yoga is a very rich line, and perhaps one can keep on talking about it for days and days, and yet one may not arrive at the deep sense of fate. We shall count it Narad to come from paradise to Ashupati's Mathura. Let us anyway read a few connected lines before we can really make any beginning. Fate followed her foreseen in beautiful road. Man's hopes and longings wheel yearning wheels that bear the body of destiny and lead his blind will towards an unknown goal. His fate within him shapes his acts and rules. His face and form are already born in him. His parentage is in his secret soul. Here, matter seems to mold the body's life, and the soul follows where its nature drives. Nature and fate compel his previous choice. Nature and fate compel man's previous choice. But greater spirits this balance can reverse and make the soul the artist of its fate. The entire psychological condition of meeting the challenge of fate is described very succinctly in these two lines. Man's fate within him shapes his acts and rules. Man's hopes and longings build the learning wheels. According to the Mahabharata, fate is an all-powerful agency. It is fate he should make man do what he must do. He is bound to his fate. Yet, it also asserts that fate cannot operate, cannot be effective, cannot carry out the intended purpose unless there is a participation of man in it. Man has to be an instrument of fate. Fate is ineffective if he does not come forward. Now, this is a deep metaphysical issue, whether it is fate which governs man's actions or it is due to man's action that fate operates and does what must be done. There can be endless discussion about it, but let us see a few possibilities. See, what is fate? The word fate has a Latin origin. Fatum utterance. Fatum utterance. That is the decree of fate. What is spoken by fate? It is that which must happen. So, fate becomes really powerful there. According to the Greek mythology, even the gods are subject to the rules of fate. Anarchy, necessity, they must obey her, even the gods. They don't have absolute free will. They are the instruments of what is destined, and they must operate to carry out what is intended by anarchy, by necessity, by fate. Of course, we say fate in various contexts as karma, my fate, my karma, as we say, or we say kismat. Well, this is what is to happen, it has happened. We say chance, by coincidence, by unknown circumstances, things have happened, and therefore we call it fate. We say it is luck. We say it is destiny. We also say it is doom. All these are variations in different shades of meaning. In the Indian tradition, Indian metaphysics, Indian concept of the working of secret powers of nature and gods and the awful forces, we have Bhagya, fortune, we have Niyati, order and rule, we have Purushakar, what man must do, that is Purushakar. We have Daiva, what is determined by God, by providential forces, Daiva. We have Prarabdha, things which have to happen irrespective of our actions. We have karma, all these are interrelated. Bhagya yoga, that is a common phrase is used. The yoga of fortune, the arrival of various forces at a given point to mold a given event or lucky juncture, that is Bhagya Yoga, you see. In fact, according to the Indian tradition, the life of man is divided into four parts: dharma, artha, kama, moksha. Now, all these things have their own fortunes, destinies, their own role to play in life. In the Greek mythology, there are three goddesses: Clotho, Takasis, Atrobos, conveying birth, life, death. We are all ruled by this, and there is hardly anything we can do in this regard. The dictionary defines fate as inevitable destiny or necessity. Now, it is that inevitable destiny which had driven Savitri in the early course of her life, before she had started her yoga. Even her meeting with Satyavan was kind of chance meeting, in the sense that she was going from place to place, from town to town, from country to country, in search of a life partner. She found none suitable to her. Eventually, as she was traversing through the Selva woods, she saw at a distance a figure of a youth, bright, shining, lustrous, and she would have just kind of ignored him and moved on in her chariot. She would have missed the occasion. But God touched in time. That is what the poet says. But God touched in time. And the miracle was accomplished. She looks at this youth intently, deeply, carefully. And suddenly, she has recognized in him one with whom she had been through lives. Yes, here it is. I have found him. So here also, although there is an age-old identity between Savitri and Satyavan, it is God who touched in time. It is chance which has capitalized that things must happen now. Fate worked in a kind of an absolute sense, and things were done. So that is how fate had accomplished her miracle of bringing the two lovers together, because it is through that the destiny of mankind, their own destiny, of course, the destiny of mankind, the destiny of evolution, the destiny of the soul of earth is what is going to be fixed. So these are far-reaching implications. Now it is this road on which Savitri had met Satyavan. We could say that it is she who had foreseen this road. Destiny accomplished miracle of bringing them together, and because it is destiny who has brought them together, Therefore, it is an immutable road also. So fate followed her foreseen immutable road. Her foreseen immutable road could be Savitri, who had already seen this road when she met Satyavan. It is that road which she is following now again. She is following once more that road. Foreseen at the time of meeting each other. So that is one way of looking at it. We are saying that the road was foreseen by Narad. We could also say that in the storyline, it is Savitri herself who has foreseen this road, and now she is taking it once more to go to the hermitage to live with Satyavan. But much more than that is the fixation of all these events in the life of the special ones in the transcendent. The soul of Satyavan is in the grip of death. If he has to be relieved, if the soul has to be released from death, Savitri must take birth, mortal birth. So that is already fixed there. She takes mortal birth. She must meet Satyavan. That is already fixed. So the destiny is already laid out in the transcendent, and it is now being kind of worked out in details on the human scene. The template is already prepared in the luminous heaven, and now it is that template being worked out to produce the necessary details of operation on a human scale, in the human plane. So that is how fate followed her foreseen immutable road is linked up in all the directions. It could be Narad, it could be Savitri, it could be the transcendental will which has really done all those things. Yet, in order that the transcendental will operates here, human Savitri has to go through the whole process. Fate cannot be fulfilled without human action. That is what Mahabharata says. Fate cannot be fulfilled without human action. Savitri has to undergo through all the stages. That things do happen here according to what has been already fixed up. It could be in the occult, it could be in the spiritual, it could be the transcendent, wherever. Human instrument is required for the action. And that is what Savitri, as human incarnate supreme, is undergoing in her life. She has already found love, which is because God touched in time on the human scale and the human level. Otherwise, she would have simply ignored him and passed on, moved on. After all, on the way, in the jungle, in the forest, there are all kinds of people, all kinds of places she was seeing, and there is no special reason that should give special attention to this youth. You see, something happened, something opened in her soul, and the matter was over at once. In the same way, Narad's coming was also, we might say, an act of supreme fate. But fate, with the knowledge of things, of events, Narad has the knowledge of things which are moving in various directions. He has the deep sense of fate, and he has the knowledge of all three divisions of time, the Kala Drishti, that we said, and therefore he must come. Now the question which arises is, Narad comes, of course, He tells in a very blunt manner that 1 year after the marriage, Satyavan is going to die. And things will happen as have been planned, so to say, by fate with the human action of Savitri and all the associated people around her. But suppose for the sake of argument, had Narad not come, would this knowledge of Satyavan's death be known, given to Savitri? Would she have known about his death at all? We say that she would not have known about his death. She would have simply died 1 year after the marriage. It is not that Narad is going to fix the death of Satyavan. He is destined to die 1 year after the marriage. But Savitri now would not have that knowledge that he is to die 1 year after the marriage. In that position, in that condition, in that situation, Savitri would not have been ready to meet death. She would not have prepared herself yogically to take the challenge, to accept the challenge. It is only by doing yoga that the divine Shakti, the divine power entered into her soul, and it is that which came out when she was face to face with death. Now, this would not have happened if she did not have the knowledge in advance of Satyavan's death. So, in that sense, Narad's coming here is extremely crucial, is extremely significant, is loaded with deep occult sense that not only does he come and tell about this particular event, it is by that action she now is ready to meet death. Yogically, she prepares herself for that particular purpose. As we have been saying, Narad has given her Diksha. Narad has indirectly initiated Savitri on the path of yoga. She is set now on the path of yoga. All these things might not have happened had Narad not come. And the present birth of Savitri would not have really achieved for which she had incarnated herself. That would have also meant the incompleteness, in a certain sense, of Ashwapati's own yoga. She had invoked Divine Mother, she had compelled her to take a mortal birth. She is here now, and in the absence of this knowledge, she would not have been successful. So all these things are now again getting linked up with some kind of a divine fate which is tying all these things together. Ashwapati is coming here in a direct emanation of the Supreme. He is doing Yoga Tapasya for long 18 years. Ashwapati's birth, Savitri's birth, her meeting Satyavan, Narad's making the announcement of the death, Savitri yogically preparing herself and eventually conquering death. These are all tied one in single action of fate. In fact, it would not be proper to say that it is fate, it is divine logic. It is rhythm, truth in its dynamism. Truth is a moment of time which is unfolding here. The power of truth, of rhythm, it is which is operating throughout. It prepares its own conditions, its own circumstances, its own individuals. And when one identifies one's will with the will of the Supreme, in which this truth dynamism moves, then there is a definite success. Ashwapati had identified his will with the will of the Supreme, with the will of the Divine Mother herself, and it demanded of her that she must take human birth. It happened. Savitri is also going to identify her will with the will of the Supreme and yet exercise her individual choice that this must happen. I want Satyavan not for myself. For myself, I don't need him because we have been always together. So there is a question of wanting him in that sense. I want Satyavan for the soul of the earth. That is the will Savitri has exercised as an individual by identifying it with the will of the Supreme. And when these two wills meet, then it is in that truth dynamism that things unfold. Logos, the supreme dynamism, rhythm, it is that which then operates and brings the inevitability of its results. This is exactly what happened in the case of Savitri. So, when we say that fate followed her, forcing a beautiful room, it is the supreme logos, the truth consciousness force, the divine will in dynamic time. It is that which is operating and carrying out all these events in time here in the mortal world. In order that supreme will, rhythm, becomes effective here, human action is needed. The human action is provided by Ashwapati. He doing the yoga tapasya. Human action is provided by Savitri by again doing yoga tapasya, identifying herself with the Divine Mother, embodying her force in her soul, and then things happen on a much smaller scale. It is that which happened in the Kurukshetra war. Arjuna. When Arjuna had identified his will with the will of Purushottama, then the action becomes successful. He had given up hope. He was in a mood of dejection. He had refused to fight. He did not want to pick up his bow and arrow and shoot the enemy. When that weight of ignorance was removed from his soul with the Divine Himself, then the human action became luminous, godly, to serve the purpose of Purushottama himself. Arjuna became victorious. In the same way, Savitri, of course, has become victorious on a much larger scale, on a universal scale, that it is for the sake of the soul of the earth that she is fighting. And she has accomplished that mission by carrying out the yoga. So it is that immutable road which she followed and reached the goal, reached the objective, had the full realization of the purpose for which she had incarnated herself here. That is what was accomplished by her most successfully. And it is that we should see in the book of yoga how she carried out the yoga in the course of time and became the instrument of the divine power on earth here. She always had the protection of Durga in every moment, in every circumstance of her life. But now a conscious will has awoken in her, and that conscious will of the individual, the conscious will of the Supreme User, the power of Durga, the protection of Durga, the victory of Durga. That is what Savitri achieves eventually. Yes, last few times we have been looking at the opening line itself from various angles. Fate followed her, forcing immutable road. The beauty of poetry is that one single sentence could imply several shades of meaning, several associations, several depths of thought, of feelings, even of action. In contrast to that, in prose, we have normally very precise, straightforward, direct statement. In poetry, the subjective element, the element of association of words, meanings, of our background, of our development, upbringing, culture, civilization, history, everything is associated. So when we say fate followed her, forcing immutable road, we are saying that it is fate who is following her own road. We are saying that fate is following the road chalked out for Savitri. We are saying that fate followed the road which was indicated by Narad. All these are permissible interpretations in poetry. In one single sentence, all these possibilities get opened out, which is not the case in prose. Now the question is, why does the poet begin with this kind of a statement? Well, let us read the passage again, those few lines with which the book of yoga opens. Fate followed her, forcing immutable road. Man's hopes and longings build the journeying wheels that bear the body of his destiny and lead his blind will towards an unknown goal. His fate is in him, shapes his acts and rules. His face and form are already born in him. His parentage is in his secret soul. Here, matter seems to know the body is alive, and the soul follows where its nature drives. Nature and fate compel his free will's choice. But greater spirits, this balance can reverse and make the soul the artist of his fate. So essentially, we are here three major themes. How an ordinary man, a common man, meets fate, faces fate, and operates in the framework of his build-up and all the natural forces. Normally, what happens in this case is he is led by blind will towards an unknown goal. Then him, when there is some kind of an advance, progress, element of spiritual possibility, then he can to some extent mold his fate. Yet he is mostly bound by his nature, by his svabhava, and he takes all the events of life in stride of time, and therefore he is led by his blind will towards an unknown goal of which he has no knowledge, no inkling, no idea, no destination is in sight for him. Man's hopes and longings build the darling wheels that bear the body of his destiny and lead his blind will towards an unknown goal. His fate within him shapes and acts and rules. His fate within him shapes his acts and rules. So although he is led by a blind will, there is something within him, yet unknown to him, which shapes his actions, his rules and regulations, his habits, his responses towards things. His face and form already are born in him. His face and form already are born in him. Now here we see immediately that his fate within him, that fate is neutral. His face, the face of fate and form already are born in him. It is already present in him, and according to that fate, things happen in his life. His parentage is in his secret soul. Although he is molded by his nature, by his character, by his upbringing, he has his own svabhava, and it is the svabhava which governs his actions. Yet the svabhava itself has its origin in the depths of his soul. It is his soul which tries to express itself through all the actions of nature. And therefore, the parentage of this fate, of his actions, of his movements, is in the depths of his soul. His parentage is in the sacred soul. Here, matter seems to mold the body's life, and the soul follows where its nature drives. Soul, Purusha, has lent himself to the action of nature, and therefore it allows nature to work in her own way. Of course, nature does not work without his sanction. He is the Anumanta, he is the giver of sanction. And only when the sanction comes does Prakriti work. Therefore, although the soul is there behind, it is nature who acts and gives rise to all the events in the life of man. And the soul follows where its nature drives. Nature and fate compel his free will's choice. Prakriti and Niyati, nature and fate, they are the ones who govern the choice of man. He has, really speaking, no free will. He is bound by nature. He is subject to the action of universal forces of fate over which he has no control. So man's life is governed by all the circumstances, individual as well as cosmic. And these are the ones who shape his activities. Now this is the this is the condition of an ordinary man, common man, who is subject to the laws of nature. Although there is a deep-rooted soul in him, but the soul is not yet free of nature to exercise his own choice. That is the way in which we normally live, and we think that we are really acting with a free choice. We talk of freedom of expression, but really speaking, there is no freedom of expression for us. The true freedom of expression comes only when it springs up from the depths of our soul. When the soul is the driving force, then what it expresses is the true freedom. We hardly have that true freedom. We are governed mostly by the laws of nature. But greater spirits, this balance can reverse and make the soul the artist of his fate. What is the balance? Nature and fate compelling the free choice of man. It is that balance which can be changed, which can be reversed, which can be shaped, molded by the greater spirits. When the greater spirit comes into play, he doesn't care about nature, about fate, because he lives in the freedom of the spirit, and it is the spirit which will govern all his actions. Now, why is the poet bringing out these metaphysical aspects in the discussion? Savitri is supposed to do yoga. That is what the book says, the book of yoga. And the poet is talking of nature, fate, free will, greater spirits, ordinary man. Why? What is the context? What is the logic that the poet is introducing these ideas here? The yogi is insisting that these are important aspects and they must be kept in mind. Well, from a purely literary point of view, an epic is generally a poem with many themes, many aspects of life being described in it in many ways. It will take any particular incident and around it, it will give associated facets of life, collective as well as individual, of nature, of gods, of demons, of occult powers. Everything is brought into picture in an epic poem. That is what we have in all great literary epics. Ramayana, for instance, is extremely rich in that respect. For instance, we had an episode where the poet describes 7 types of birds flying at different heights. And when it comes to a particular bird, in this case Sambati, the vulture, who could soar high up in the sky, very high. And it is from that height he could see things around him. And it is from that height he could locate where Sita could be. And it is that knowledge which he gives to the concerned. So he says, from sparrows all the way up to the vulture, there are grades of birds. And Sampati takes very proudly, I belong to that category which flies at the highest level. And from that height I can see everything very clearly, very distinctly. Now, the purpose of the poet to bring out this particular description of 7 types of birds is an epic element in poetry. It is not directly connected with the storyline, but it gives you a kind of a richness to the theme that here is an individual who can really rise to a very high level, and from that level it can see things around and bring the necessary knowledge. In the same way, in Paradise Lost, Milton's Paradise Lost, we had descriptions of fixed fate and free will. The description is very brief, hardly a few lines, but it does introduce the metaphysical theme of fixed fate and free will, because it is in the context of this fixed fate and free will that the fall had to take place, that the forbidden fruit was eaten and the consequences had to be borne. So the poet has suggestively indicated the metaphysical aspect of fixed fate and free will. In the present context, in Savitri, why is the poet talking about fate, nature, greater spirits? What the context of is bringing those issues into picture. This is not without meaning. This is not without any purpose. He is preparing us already how human Savitri has to get ready to become an initiate in yoga. That she has to start yoga and acquire the necessary power for which she had taken the birth. She is human, she is man, so to say, and she has to undergo through all these possibilities. But greater spirits, this balance can reverse and make the soul the artist of its fate. Savitri is not man's hopes and longings only. She is more than man's hopes and longings. She has to rise to the greatness of a spirit by doing yoga. It is only when she rises to the greatness of a spirit that she can acquire the power to meet death. He has already indirectly, suggestively, very pointedly also indicated the purpose of what Savitri has to do. Savitri is a person who has taken upon herself full humanity. She has to keep aside the humanity aspect of it and allow her secret soul to emerge. Unless the secret soul emerges, she cannot do her yoga and do the work which she is supposed to do. That is the purpose. Let us read the lines again. Man's hopes and longings build the journeying wheels that bear the body of his destiny and lead his blind will towards an unknown goal. His fate within him shapes his acts and rules. His face and form already are born in him. His parentage is in his secret soul. Here, matter seems to mold the body's life, and the soul follows where its nature drives. Nature and fate compel his previous choice. This is the plight of a common man. Savitri is living under these conditions. Her human nature is of this kind at the moment, but at the same time, she is a greater spirit. But greater spirits, this balance can reverse and make the soul the artist of his fate. Now, this is the prolegomena for the book of yoga. That greater spirits, this balance can reverse and make the soul the artist of his fate. In other words, when can this greater spirit reverse the balance? True, greater spirits can reverse the balance, but when? When can it make the soul the master of its fate? That is the question indirectly being put here. But greater spirits, this balance can reverse and make the soul the artist of its fate. When? The answer is only when the greater spirit does yoga. So the poet is telling you straight away that look, if this has to happen, then the greater spirit must engage itself into yoga. Otherwise, there is no possibility. So that is the way in which the prefacing the book of yoga is done. Well, actually, the question is, fate governs all our actions, ordinary man's actions. We are bound to our svabhava, to our nature. Although there is something within us, the secret soul, which prompts us, which compels us to do a few things, but we fail, we succumb. We do not rise always to the occasion. One particular instance which is very famous in this context is, of course, of Arjuna. Arjuna was on the battlefield, full of confidence to win the war, but suddenly something happened and his spirit succumbed. It could not rise to the occasion, and Arjuna practically refused to fight. He did not want to pick up his Gandiva. The bow and arrow would not come out from his hand. At that point of time, Krishna had a problem. For Krishna, the higher power, Arjuna was necessary. That he does rise to the occasion, lifts up the bow and arrow and shoots at the enemy. That was necessary for his work to be done. Therefore, he works upon the nature of Arjuna, upon his svabhava. He tells him, look, this is a weakness in you. You are a Kshatriya. This is an occasion a holiday of fight, and you cannot shun away from this holiday. You must enjoy it. Pick up your weapon and shoot out. Arjuna is prepared by Krishna to undertake his task. Later on, he is also told that after all, the enemy was already killed by Krishna himself. The occult battle was already settled, and Arjuna had to be only an occasion, a pretext, a cause to remove the enemy on the physical plane. This was necessary. He had to be only nimitta matra. This is what Krishna told Arjuna. Be the nimitta, be the occasion, and do your work. I have already killed these people. They no longer exist. But you have to do your action. So this is what Krishna tells Arjuna. The job is already done by me, but you have to be my instrument. He works upon Arjuna. He works into the nature of Arjuna, his svabhava, and makes him ready to take up the weapon. In other words, fate cannot be fulfilled without human action. Here the human action is the action by Arjuna. Fate that the enemy has already been killed is fixed. The doer of all these things is the Supreme Himself. Everything is arranged already. Arjuna has to become the instrument. Fate is fixed, and therefore Krishna has to work upon Arjuna's nature. Now, in the same manner, here in Savitri, we see that in the beginning, Savitri is in a complete human state. She has fully the human nature in her. Her svabhava has not fully emerged. She has the advanced knowledge of the death of her husband. But she does not know what to do, how to face that moment, what line of activity she should take. She has no inkling, no idea, no clue to do anything. She has become kind of helpless also. She argues with herself this way and that way from many angles, but she finds that really she has no solution because she is in the human state. Greater spirit, this balance can reverse and make the soul the artist of his fate. Savitri has to rise to the greatness of a spirit in this human condition. For that to happen, the first thing which she gets is calmness. She finds herself helpless. Nobody there to come to her aid. Neither her relatives, people in the forest, in the surroundings, the gods around, nobody is there to come to her help. She is grieving that tomorrow my husband is going to die. Yet out of that great human grief, there is something which happens in Savitri, and she becomes grief's calm self, prashant. or sorrow or dukkha, everything becomes absolutely calm. There is a kind of a shanti, and in that shanti, she has already acquired a yogic poise to receive the necessary injunction from the highest source. So, her nature has already been prepared from that angle to face the eventuality. Let us read the whole passage once again. Fate followed her, forcing immutable road. Man's hopes and longings built the journey wheels that bear the body of his destiny and lead his blind will towards an unknown goal. His fate in him shapes his acts and rules. His face and form already are born in him. His parentage is in his secret soul. Here, matter seems to mold the body's life, and the soul follows where its nature drives. Nature and fate compel his free will's choice. But greater spirits, this balance can reverse and make the soul the artist of its fate. So, let us move on with the opening passage. We will see a couple of more lines than what we read last time. But to get the continuity, let me read the whole passage again. Fate followed her foreseen immutable road. Man's hopes and longings build journeying wheels that bear the body of his destiny and lead his blind will towards an unknown goal. His fate within him shapes his acts and rules. His face and form are already born in him. His parentage is in a secret soul. Here, matter seems to mold the body's life, and the soul follows where its nature drives. Nature and fate compel his free will's choice. But greater spirits, this balance can reverse and make the soul the artist of its fate. This is the mystic truth our ignorance hides. Doom is a passage for our inborn force. Our ordeal is a hidden spirit's choice. Anarchy is our being's own decree. All was fulfilled the heart of Savitri, flower sweet and adamant, passionate and calm, had chosen an honest trance unbending road, forced to its issue a long cosmic curve. So the yogi poet was describing the compulsion of fate. Against that compulsion of fate, what the greater spirits can do. And in that context, he is bringing out the nature, the character, the firmness, the determination of Savitri. All was fulfilled in the heart of Savitri. Flower sweet and adamant, passionate and calm, had chosen an honest trance unbending road, force to its issue in a long cosmic curve. It is Savitri who is forcing the issue. She is already described as the greatest spirit. She is now here to force the issue. Her heart is calm and passionate and adamant, firm, inflexible, unmoving. And her strength is there, which can even make the road bend the way she would like it to bend. In other words, in this particular passage, we already have the native spirit of Savitri coming out in its greatness. She is going to make things happen the way she would like them to happen. Fate is there, but she can prove herself to be mightier, stronger than fate. This is the whole thrust of the opening passage of the book of Yoga. Now, in order that she has her will exercised the way she would like things to happen, she has to do yoga. So in that sense, this is a very beautiful introduction, a preface to the book of yoga itself. Savitri is getting now ready to launch herself on yoga, on the yogic path. She does not know how to begin with. That will happen. But the yogi is already seeing the way things will happen. And therefore he is telling us right in the beginning, well, here is Savitri, a greater spirit, and it can reverse the path. It can change the balance of things. It can make the soul the artist of its fate. Soul the artist of its fate. Savitri has to acquire divine power, the power of the Mahashakti in her soul, and then only the unbending road can be bent the way she would like it to bend and make it move on her own path. So fate followed her, forcing a immutable road would again mean that, well, it is Savitri who is going to willing a certain course of action to happen, and she will make them happen, and fate will be bound to follow that road of Savitri. But as I said earlier also, this has become prominent, has come into focus, because Narad has already told her about the death of Satyavan 1 year after the marriage. Her soul got awakened with that word. And even before Narad had pronounced the statement that 12 swift winged months are given to him and her, she had already told her father, to all the elders, to her mother, in the presence of Narad, yes, I have chosen Satyavan as my life's partner. And she asserts, this is done. She asserts, this is done. Her will is adamant, firm, maybe passionate also, but there is calm strength in those 3 words. This is done. Whether he is poor, whether he is living in a forest, whether he has no royalty to match with my status, I don't care at all about those matters. They are not of any consequence to me. I chosen him, and this is done. Narad has not yet revealed about the death of Satyavama. But something sprang up from the soul of Savitri, and she affirms her resolve. So, all was fulfilled. The heart of Savitri had chosen. Savitri had chosen this one, and now fate is going to fulfill what she has chosen to do. All was fulfilled. The heart of Savitri. Now this construction of these 4 lines is a little complex kind of a construction poetically. The prose sense is simply like this. Whatever the heart of Savitri had chosen, that was fulfilled. That is the plain sense of the passage. Whatever the heart of Savitri had chosen, that was fulfilled. Now this is statement coming right at the beginning for the canto, for the book of yoga. All was fulfilled. How? Fate will follow her road now, what Savitri has chosen. This is done. I don't care what is going to happen there. And she is going to follow that road. Everything is fulfilled in that sense. In terms of the story, we can say that Savitri was happy that in spite of the announcement made by Narad, everybody had agreed to what she had proposed. And in that sense, in the matters of family thinking, ideas, concepts, she won the battle. She won over her mother. Her father had no difficulty at all in accepting what Savitri had chosen, because he had already seen in his yogic vision what is standing behind all these events. His mother was perturbed. She had even started accusing the god of Narad. But Savitri is firm, and finally she resigns herself. Savitri's mother resigns to what Savitri had chosen to do. This is done. And in that sense, the heart of Savitri was fulfilled. That now she will be proceeding to live in the hermitage. She will be taken to the Shelva woods and left in the hermitage with her parents-in-law, with her husband, with all the sages of the woods, in the company of those holy people, in the greatness, she will be left there. And there, all that she had chosen to do, that will get fulfilled. And in that sense again, her strength's unbending road, will force the issue. Her strength will force the issue of fate, the death, which is standing across a greater thing to happen. A greater thing has to happen, and death is proving to be an obstacle. It is that which will be removed on the unbending road. All was fulfilled. The heart of Savitri had chosen on her strength's unbending road. How is Savitri's heart? The poet describes in 4 beautiful adjectives. Her heart is flower sweet. Her heart is at the same time adamant, firm, like steel, unbending, unyielding. it will not change, get swayed away with things around. Her heart is passionate. Passionate in the sense that there is a full trust of life in it, and she will abide by that way. It is that life trust which will carry her forward. But all these things, the sweetness, the flower, the adamantine nature of Savitri, her passion, all are founded on some kind of a luminous, mature, rich, calm. The adhara of all her activities is some kind of a deep calm, and on that deep calm her actions move. So when she says, this is done, it is a very passionate statement. At the same time, it is a very firm statement that she is not going to change at all what she has chosen to do. And because of that, what is going to happen? The cosmic issue, the cosmic curve will take the course which Savitri will desire it to take. It is being forced that the cosmic events, the universal events will follow her action. Well, a much larger dimension than the individual is already introduced in this passage. Fate here is not for the sake of Savitri. Fate here is not for all those people, human people associated with Savitri, neither in the palace nor in the hermitage. But the relationship of this fate, of her action, of her strength, they are connected with the long cosmic curve. The entire course of the universal movement is what is going to be governed by this action of Savitri. Action based on calm, which is also passionate, which is also firm and unyielding, which is also soft like flower, sweet in its fragrance. All those things are already present in her nature, and it is that which will come forward and get built up in its yogic strength, and Savitri begins her yoga. Actually, we have here already indicated by Ashwapati, Savitri's father, even before Narad makes an announcement about the death of Satyavan. I will just read a couple of lines here, just one sentence, and see the connection between the opening passage of the book of Yoga and what Ashwapati saw right at the beginning of the entire development. He tastes Narad. There seems to be something ominous, well, something inauspicious, something which may not be acceptable to the immediate human perception. Still, he says, you please speak. And he tells Narad, if thou canst lose her grip, then only speak. Something is holding the course of events in its grip. If Narad has power, capacity to unloosen that grip, then only he is advised to speak out. And the fact that Narad does speak it out, it means that the capacity to unloosen the grip of fate. If thou canst lose a grip, then only speak. Perhaps from the iron snare there is escape. Our mind perhaps deceives us with its words and give the name of doom to our own choice. Savitri has chosen something, and it is our mind which gives to it a doom. Perhaps it is not doom, it is something more than that. Something deeper is significantly concealed in it. And give the name of doom to our own choice. Perhaps the blindness of our will is great. The blindness of our will is great. We don't have the knowledge of how things are going to happen tomorrow. We are blind to the future. We don't have the vision, the sight to see the far events. And therefore, we say, well, this is the work of fate. In that context, Ashwapati is telling Narad, if you can loosen the grip of that fate, then speak out. Narad takes a deliberate step and speaks out the truth and tells about the death of Satyavan. Savitri is firm. She says, this is done, finished. I am not going to change my decision at all. And then here we have essentially her strands unbending road forced to its issue. The long cosmic curve. So what Narad was told by Ashwapati, that is reiterated by the poet in this particular opening passage of the book of Yoga. So we were given a very significant, very terse, very deep introduction about the issue of fate, why Savitri has to undertake yoga, what is the problem she is going to face, and how the greater spirit is going to reverse the balance of nature and fate. That the greater spirit will make the artist of his fate, make the soul the artist of his fate. Now, with this introduction, the epic is moving very swiftly, very rapidly from one episode to the other episode. In the palace, Savitri has declared about the choice of Satyavan. Narad also has made known the death of Satyavan 1 year after the marriage. But Savitri is determined in her resolve. She very firmly asserts, this is done. Whatever is going to happen, let it happen. I know how to meet the challenge of the circumstance, of the event, of the future, of fate. She is firm in her resolve. And Narad approves her choice and takes leave of the royal host and goes back to his home in paradise, Vaikuntha, giving them the auspicious blessings. Sarvesham Bhadram Astu Vaha. Sarvesham Bhadram Astu Vaha. Let noble and auspicious things be to all. That is what Narad pronounces, gives his blessings, and goes back. Now, at this point, Savitri's father has to take the initiative and take Savitri to the place where she has decided to live with Satyavan in the Shalva forest. So the next scene now in the book begins with this description. Let us read a few lines. before we see the connections of what is happening all around in the passage, in the epic. First, we had seen already that all was fulfilled. The heart of Savitri had chosen, and on a strange unbending road, forced to its issue the long cosmic curve. All was fulfilled what Savitri had chosen. Therefore now she starts a journey towards the hermitage where lives Satyavan. Once more she sat behind loud hastening hoofs, a speed of armored squadrons, and a voice far heard of chariots bore her from her home. A cautioned earth, wakened in its dumb muse, looked up at her from a vast indolence. Hills swallowing in bright haze, large land that lulled at ease beneath the summer heavens, region on region, spacious in the sun. Cities like chrysolites in the wide blaze, and yellow rivers pacing lion-maned, led to the Salva Mahatis emerald line, a happy front of iron vastnesses and austere peaks and Titan solitude. Once more was near the fair and faded place, the borders gleaming with the gross delight, where first he met the face of Satyavan, where first he met the face of Satyavan, and he saw, like one walking in a dream, some timeless beauty and reality, the moon gold sweetness of heaven's earthborn child. And he saw, like one waking into a dream, some timeless beauty and reality, the moon gold sweetness of heaven's earthborn child. This is again a very compact description, suggestive in many ways, bringing out many aspects of the personality of both Satyavan and Savitri. And of course, the personality, the character, the nature, the richness, even the sorrow and the grief and the anguish of the earth. All those are immediately brought here into one quick description. Once more she sat behind loud hastening hoofs, a speed of armored squadrons and a voice far heard of chariots bore her from her home. A cautioned earth, vacant in its dumb muse, looked up at her from a vast indolence. Hills swallowing in bright haze, large lands that lulled at ease beneath the summer heavens, region on region, spacious in the sun, cities like chrysolites in the white blaze, and yellow rivers pacing, lion-maned, led to the Salva Mahatis emerald line, a happy front to iron vastnesses, and austere peaks and Titan solitudes. Once more was near the fair and fated place, the borders gleaming with the groves of delight, where first she met the face of Satyavan, and he saw like one waking into a dream some timeless beauty and reality, the moon goes sweetness of heaven's earth-born child. This is the place where they had met first, at the meeting place. And again Savitri has come to that place. The discussion begins with the line, once more she sat behind loud hastening hoofs. Hastening hoofs, the speeding chariots going to the hermitage. Once more. Now this once more is very significant, is very loaded. It has not only the immediate suggestions, but it has also occult depths. That phrase once more. You see, Savitri was first going from place to place in search of a life partner. She has traveled to various kingdoms, across various countries, lands, mountains, rivers, forests. She was going from place to place constantly, but she could not find one whom she would choose. But now here at the meeting place, by the touch of God, things happened and they met, and Savitri assures Satyavan that she will come back soon from the palace. After meeting him, she has to go back to the palace, to Mathura, and tell her parents about the choice she has made. Savitri has chosen him, she must report back. This is done. The intervening episode speaks of Narad also, but it is all settled now, and she has to go back once more to the place where they had met, and where she had promised Satyavan, yes, soon I will come back. Now that is the immediate context of the phrase once more, as it would run in the storyline, that these things happen, now this is going to happen once more. This is in the storyline. But this once more has a deeper connotation. It has very powerful occult contents in it. Savitri and Satyavan have been coming to do the work throughout the ages, through long ages. Life after life, they have been coming, they have been meeting, they have been carrying on their work. Whatever had got to be done during each life period, they were accomplishing. But now this once more is a more definite, more decisive meeting of the two, and something which has to happen, which had not happened, which could not happen until now, must happen now. Therefore, after so many trials, so many attempts, so many difficulties, she has taken up the challenge once more. And now she is going to accomplish the mission of her mortal birth. Therefore, this once more is really very significant. Once more she sat behind loud hastening hoofs, loud hastening, the chariots speeding, making noise on the roads and the paths. And she is rushing towards the destined place. It also indicates the quickness with which things are going to happen. Yes, now the moment has come. Once more she has taken up the reins in her hand and the chariot is speeding into its destiny. The job is going to be accomplished. It is going to be done with speed, with decisiveness, with the full impact of her presence now. Because on the unbending road, she is going to force the issue. She is going to make cosmic curve move, take a turn, the way she wants it to take a turn. That is what is going to happen soon now. And it is happening very quickly. This is the content of the passage here. And then as she is going from place to place, the whole scene of the Aryavarta, or the Vedic age, is presented to us in just a few lines, roughly a dozen lines. The whole scene of the Aryavarta is portrayed as a very vivid, very gleaming, very sure picture of the things that are going to happen. A cautioned earth wakened is dumb muse. All along, not even a human trace was seen by this earth there, heard the pace of man walking on his road. But now, the speed of the quadrant, the horses rushing on the path, it is they who are making the earth wake up. Yes, you have been lying low, indolent, lazy, luxuriating in your beauty and grandeur and green and all that for too long. Now, come on, wake up. The moment is arriving. Be ready to make yourself for that particular event. Looked up at her from a vast indolence. Savitri is being seen by this earth. Oh, somebody is going along this road. And the entire nature is watching the caravan rushing on the way to the hermitage. The squadrons, the chariots, the army, the royal procession marching to the forest. Hills wallowing in a bright haze, large lands that load at ease beneath the summer heavens. So the scene is in the summer. Savitri is going to the hermitage in the month of summer, about this time, May, June. It is about this time that Savitri is going to the hermitage. Or rather, the meeting or the marriage of Savitri had taken place about this time, in the summer, May, June. And 1 year after the marriage, Satyavan is going to die. It means that he is going to die in summer. Now therefore, the use of the season summer is again purposeful, meaningful, is carrying some hint of what is going to happen because of summer. The death of Satyavan occurs in summer. The death of Satyavan does not occur due to accident, that while cutting the wood trees by chance, by haphazard stroke, he hits his own limbs and then he dies. It is not that. It is not that he has fallen from the tree and got hurt and collapsed. It is not that also. It is not in the thick forest, in human forest, where there is no habitation, that he will die due to snake bite. Another possibility. All these are ruled out totally. Then what is the cause, the physical cause, the natural cause of his death? The natural cause of the death lies in this summer. The hot summer is the thing behind the death of Satyavan. The natural cause of Satyavan's death lies in the heat of the sun. He says here, summer heavens, large lands lulled at ease beneath the summer heavens. You can see the intensity of the summer, spacious in the sun. He is using specifically again the word sun during the daytime, hot intense sun. Satyavan was exerting himself greatly because he wanted to give maximum time to Savitri when they were together in the forest. So he wanted to finish off the day's work quickly and be free of his daily routine. And in the process of hard work and due to the summer heat, he collapsed due to sunstroke. So that could be the cause of his possible death. So he says that lulled at ease beneath the summer heavens, region on region, spacious in the sun, cities like castle-eyes in the wide blaze. You see, again, summer, sun, blaze, the intensity of heat is being shown here. And yellow rivers, pacing lion mane, rushing through the muddy waters to the muddy regions. The rivers are yellow in color, and the foam looks like the mane of a lion. And yellow rivers, pacing lion mane, led to the Shalva marches, emerald line. A happy front to iron vastnesses and austere peaks and titan solitudes. Now this is the description of nature, extremely beautiful, extremely powerful, extremely meaningful. It has the greatness of the Kalidasian description of nature. While Kalidas could be romantic in the description, what we have here is not only romantic but also deeply classical, deeply meaningful, deeply spiritual. The spiritual touch is very powerful even in these lines, in this description. It is to a certain extent Valmikian. The way in which Valmiki would describe the nature scenes in the Ramayana, it is that which is caught in these few lines, an extremely rare kind of a possibility in a language so unhelpful for an Indian description of this kind. English language is not easily amenable for this kind of a description. But here we have in Savitri one of the most beautiful descriptions of nature, fully loaded with all these possibilities. Once more was near the far and fated place. Again he says, once more was near the fair and fated place. Fated place we are already saying, well, fate is going to work here. Fate followed her, forcing along a beautiful road. All along we have been seeing that line. So here again is a fated place where things had to happen. On a summer day, in the month of May or June, roughly at midday, at noon hour, when the sun is in full blaze, in its full intensity. Once more was near the fair and fated place, the borders gleaming with the groves of delight, where first he met the face of Satyavan, and he saw like one waking into a dream, waking into a dream. He is not waking out of a dream. He is still dreaming, and suddenly he sees something beautiful there. Oh, what has come across here? Some wonder, some beauty, some joy, some happiness, some felicity of an exceptional kind. Waking into a dream, some timeless beauty and reality. Some timeless beauty and reality. That is what Savitri is. Timeless beauty and reality. Although she has taken a human birth, she is going to be here for a short time, but hers is timeless beauty and reality, which cannot be marred by the moments of time, by earthly durations. The moon gold, sweetness of heaven's time-born child. Well, let us see some of the words which occur in this description. How the poet has chosen some of these epithets, some of these words very purposefully and very consciously to bring out certain deliberate effects also as an artist. Although the whole description is a very natural thing, he is very leisurely, very confidently describing all the details, but there is the touch of the artist also in the entire description. First we have the description of looked up at her from a vast indolence. Earth looked up at Savitri from her vast indolence. What is indolence? Indolence is lying down, leisurely, luxuriating, crouching. That is what she is doing here. It also means it is insensitive to pain. It is not bothered about grief, sorrow, suffering, pain, and things like that. Earth is sort of indifferent, insensitive to the working of fate. Savitri is going to meet something which is very calamitous, but earth is indolent, untouched by grief and pain. That is what it means. The couchant earth, the earth itself is sitting like a beast, like an animal, with all its 4 feet on the ground, pointing forward, like a lion looking forward to see couchant earth, but leisurely, luxuriously. She is musing that earth, contemplating about things around, about nature, about events. She has no clue of what is going to happen, but she is in a mood of constant contemplation. And it is in that indolence, in that muse, in that crouchant position that she is seeing Savitri go by on the road. Then hills wallowing in a bright haze. Hills are wallowing in haze. Normally, the word wallow is used, wallow in mud, wallow in snow, wallow in water. But here the hills are bellowing in a bright haze. From a distance you have a hazy picture of the whole thing, and the hills are looking as if they are bellowing in that beautiful haze. Hills bellowing in a bright haze, large lands that load at ease. Load at ease. The landscape, plains, vast ground, swords, grasslands, they are simply luxuriating in their calm, in their peace, in their extension. They are reclining, they are leaning, they are relaxed, all these lands. And then we have here another very beautiful cities like chrysolites in the wide blaze. Earlier we had bright haze, now we have wide blaze. Savitri is going from place to place, traversing different kingdoms, traversing different cities, different palaces, and moving onward to her destined place. And the cities are looking like chrysolites. What is a chrysolite? Chrysolite is an olive-colored stone, green olive-colored stone. And they look like jeweled stones, green, luxurious, brilliant, small little cities in a vast landscape that feel like shining green stone. Chrysolite is a mineral. The technical name is magnesium silicate or iron silicate. That is the name of the chrysolite as a mineral. It is very green and olive in color, and it also indicates olive is also the color of peace. Extend the olive branch, that is what we say. So chrysolites are very peaceful, quiet cities are there as she is moving from region to region. And then we have here a very beautiful description of this chrysolite as a symbol of peace, the olive as a symbol of peace by Shakespeare. Peace puts forth her olive everywhere. That is what Savitri is saying here. Peace puts forth her olive everywhere. So while she is going from place to place, you got chrysolites, city after city, olives, peace, stretching from region to region. And while she is approaching her destined place, she is again in that deep, calm peace. In other words, nothing on the foreknown fate of death is going to disturb the peace of the entire place or the region. And then finally what happens? And chrysolites in its wide blaze and yellow rivers pacing land main, led to the Shalva marches emerald line. Again emerald, chrysolite, green, luxurious forest, thick forest, green forest. It is through those regions she is moving. Shalva marches, at the borderline of the tracts bordering the Shalva country. She is now going from one region to the other. She is approaching the borderline of the Shalva country, where she had met Satyavana in the Shalva woods. Marches, regions, tracts bordering a particular state, a particular region. That is what he is describing here. Led to the Shalva marches, emerald line, the whole line of forest and mountains, it is there she is approaching here. March is a measure of the army taking a certain, traversing a certain distance in one single go. When the army goes from one place to the other place, non-stop, the distance covered by the army is called 1 march, 2 march, 3 march. And it is in those marches, in those distances, that Savitri is approaching. Led to the Shalva marches, emerald line, a happy front to the iron vastnesses and austere peaks and Titan solitudes. We are seeing Savitri now going to the hermitage. The decision has been taken. She has already said this is done, and her parents now are taking Savitri to the hermitage, where she will be staying for the next year to kind of encounter the fated event. Now, this is a journey which is described in a very vivid manner, also in a very meaningful manner, and the connotations of even the journey are multifold. See, for instance, the passage, what we saw last time, has twice the same phrase. Once more, she sat behind loud hastening hoofs. Once more was near the fair and fated place. Now this once more is again loaded with several connotations. This yogic poetry, the mystic poetry, the occult poetry has always many meanings attached to a given single phrase. Once more in the storyline would simply mean that Savitri had gone from place to place in search of a life's partner. She found one in the distant land. It is decided now that she will be engaged with him, and therefore once more from the palace she has to go to the place where she will be staying in her future life. So that is the plain meaning of the once more in the storyline. Once more she sat behind loud hastening hoofs. Once more was near the far and fated place. The meaning is very clear in terms of the story. Hastening hoofs, she has to be taken there as if she is very eager to reach the place, very eager, with best kind of a speed she must reach the place. Therefore the hastening hoofs. And at the same time, once more was near the fair and fated place, beautiful, great, luxurious, that is the fair place. But also it is a fated place. Fated once more in the sense of things which have been decided by powers which are beyond the control of man. And therefore she has to go and be there, fated place. Now this description of Savitri going from the palace to the fated place is a very cynic kind of a description. How a chariot is going again along the road that had taken place a couple of weeks ago, earlier, when she met Satyavan. That is the plain meaning of it, of course. But the poet is describing nature, the landscape, the mountains, the trees, the forest. The entire panorama is presented to us in these few lines here, as we have seen last time. This is the description of the travel of Savitri when she was also searching, going from place to place. We had an extremely beautiful description of this particular episode in the Mahabharata story of Savitri. Very brief, just 3 verses, 6 lines in Anushtupa meter, but very charged with all the contents. Let us read those few lines first here. How the poet describes Savitri going back to the Selva forest. Sa haimam ratamasthaya stavire sachivai vrata tapovanani ramyani rajashinam jagamaha manyanam tatra vrutanam krutva parabhividanam vanani kramashasta sarvanne vabhya gacchata evam tirtheshu sarveshu dhano sargam nrupatmaja kurvati dvijamukhanam tam tam desham jagamaha sahaimam ratamasthaya stavirai sachivai vrata tapovanani ramyani rajarshinam jagamaha manyanam tatra vruddhanam krutva parabhivadam vanani kramashasta sarvanne vabhya gacchata evam tirtheshu sarveshu dhano sargam nrupatmaja kurvati dvijamukhanam tam tam desham jagamaha. Riding her golden chariot and accompanied by the elderly councillors, Savitri travelled through several lovely woods of penance, set out through lovely woods of penance of the royal cities. Riding her golden chariot and accompanied by the elderly councillors, Sachiva, she travelled through several lovely woods, Tapona, or the royal sages. There, offering her respects to the venerable aged persons by touching their feet from forest to forest, she went journeying along, thus giving away great wealth in all the places of pilgrimage. Did the princess visit several distant lands and kingdoms inhabited with the most excellent wise persons. Evam tirtheshu sarveshu dhano sargam nrupatmaja kurvati dvijamukhanam tam tam de jagama desham jagama kurvati dvijamukhanam tam tam desham jagama. Savitri goes from place to place, stays in royal palaces in the night. During the daytime, she worships gods. She goes to the temples, makes rich offerings to the priests, to the Brahmins, to the elderly, offers the respects and goes from place to place. This is the description which we have, brief description in the Mahabharata story. The same theme, the same aspect, the same epic event is described by Sri Aurobindo in about 200 lines. A very beautiful description how she goes from place to place. Tam tam desham jagama, from place to place, how she is moving from kingdom to kingdom, country to country, from forest to forest, from woods to wood. This is the description of the Aryavarta of the ancient time. The land south of Himalayas and north of Vindhyas, stretching from Sindhu in the west to the extreme of the Ganges belt to the east. That is the Aryavarta. And the whole description of the Aryavarta is what we have in those few lines in the Mahabharata story. The same description in another richer lyrical manner is presented in Savitri itself. We have the complete description of how Savitri had travelled in her search, in her quest for a life's partner from place to place. Let us read a few passages from that and see how once more the fair and fated place was here. How once more the hasting ooze took her to the hermitage. Now here we have in the book of the birth and quest in Canto 4 the description of the ancient Aryavarta. It starts with esoteric connotations. In the storyline of Savitri given to us by Sri Aurobindo, a prescient architect of fate and chance, the meaning knows and consequence of each step and watches the inferior stumbling powers. So there is already a prescient architect of fate and chance who is taking care of every aspect of our life. And it is he who is going to guide Savitri on her journey. Upon the silent heights, she was aware of a calm presence thrown above her brows, who saw the goal and chose each fateful curve. Across wide noons and glowing afternoons, she met with nature and with human forms and listened to the voices of the world. She is going from place to place. Across wide noons and glowing afternoons, she is traveling on and on. She met with nature and with human forms and listened to the voices of the world. Driven from within, she followed her long road. At first, her path ran through people tracks, admitted the lion eye of states and theatres of the loud act of man. Her carven chariot, Hemamrata, her carven chariot with its fretted wheels, threaded through glamorous Mars and sentinel towers. She is going from kingdom to kingdom, from place to place, from city to city, in a chariot, in a golden chariot. Often from gilded dusk to argent dawn, the evening is fallen. In the night, she would rest in some kingly palace. Often from gilded dusk to argent dawn, dimly she glided between banks of sleep, at rest in the slumbering palaces of kings. As she the princess, the convoy is there, the minister is accompanying her, and all the arrangements for the stay in the night are made in different palaces. Often from gilded dusk to argent dawn, dimly she glided between banks of sleep, at rest in the slumbering palaces of kings. Day comes, morning, and the journey starts. Hamlet and village saw the freight van pass. They see the wonder moving, small little villages, village folk, they see the stage convoy moving, the freight van pass. Homes of a life bent to the soil it blows. Here was the childhood of primeval earth in a pristine glory, untouched by human hand, human civilization, human contradictions, human conflict, human ambition, human desires, human accomplishments, untouched by time. Here was the childhood of primeval earth. Here timeless musings, large and glad and still. Men had forborne as yet to fill with cares. Mid green musing of woods and the broad hills, in the groves murmurous the air humming wide, or past the long lapsing voice of silver floods, the rivers are moving, or past the long lapsing voice of silver floods, like a swift hope journeying among its dreams, hastened the chariot of the golden bride. Savitri's chariot, carbon car, Hemam Ratha, is moving from place to place. Past the long lapsing voice of silver floods, like a swift hope journeying among its dreams, hastened the chariot of the golden bride. Absorbed her into emerald secrecies, and slow hushed wizard nets of fairy bloom, environed with their color, snare her wheels. She is moving through place and place. And what happens then? The inner ear that listens to solitude. There is no voice except of bird and beast. No human voice there at all. But in that great luminous solitude, the inner ear, he listens to what solitude is going to tell her. What is the solitude telling her? Leaning, self-wrapped, unboundedly cloud her the rhythm of the intenser, wordless thought. The spirit, stumbling the face of sense, this creature, bruised in the mortar of the days, could find in her broad spaces of release. Human anguish, human suffering, human pain, it is that which finds solace in the solitude. Not yet was a world all occupied by care. In the solitude, there was nothing which should worry one. Not yet was a world occupied by care. The bosom of our mother kept for us still her austere reasons and her musing depths, her impersonal reaches lonely and inspired, and mightinesses of her rapture haunts. Fields she had of her solitary mirth, plains hushed and happy in the embrace of light, alone with the cry of birds and hues of flowers, and wildernesses of wonder lit by her moons, and grey sheer evenings, kindling with the stars, and dim movement with the night's infinitude. August, exulting in her Maker's eye, she felt her nearness to him in earth's breast. In that solitude, Savitri feels the nearness of the Maker's who is occupying the place. Converse still with the light behind the veil. Still commune with eternity beyond. A few and fit inhabitants she called to share the glad communion of her peace. The breadth, the summit were their natural home. Who are these few and fair inhabitants? We have a description of all those great souls who are engaged in tapasya, in yoga, in yajna, in spiritual practices. In the groves of that solitude, in that tapovana, are the hermitages of rishis and sages and munis residing there, Raja rishis. The strong king sages, from their labor done, free from the warrior tension of the task, came to her serene station. In these wilds, the strife was over, the respite lay in front, and so on. Some was no more merged in a lonely self, absorbed in the trance from which no soul returns. All the occult world lines were ever closed. The chains of birth and person cast away. Some uncompanion reached the ineffable. So this is the place of the tapasvins, and it is there now Savitri is arriving in a golden chariot. So this is the description of the ancient Aryabharta, which is what we have in these few lines here at the beginning of the book of Yoga itself. Once more she sank behind loud hastening hoofs, a speed of armored squadrons and a voice far heard of chariots bore her from her home. A cautioned earth, vacant in its dumb views, looked up at her from a vast indolence. Hills swallowing in bright haze, large land that flowed at ease beneath the summer heavens, region on region, spacious in the sun. Cities that crystallized in the wide blaze, and yellow rivers pacing, lion-made, led to the Salva marges emerald line. A happy front to iron vastnesses and austere peaks and titan solitudes. Once more was near the fair and fated place. The borders gleaming with the gross delight, where first she met the face of Satyavan, and she saw, like one waking into a dream, some timeless beauty and reality, the moon gold sweetness of heaven's earth-born child. Savitri arrives at the Silver Forest in a golden chariot, crossing kingdoms and realms of various types, and reaches the Silver Forest maybe after a journey of a couple of weeks. And now from here onward, the story moves forward with a different pace. So we had a description of the Aryavarta, the various kingdoms and countryside and forests and plains through which the convoy was marching toward the Silver Forest, the hermitages of the rishis and the ascetics, and the dwelling place of Satyavan. The whole scene is a very beautiful scene, but now the poet is introducing the next feature of the story of the epic, which is moving very rapidly from place to place, from event to event. It begins, we saw last time, once more was near the far and fair and fated place. Once more was near the fair and fated place. That is the Silver Hermitages. She is now about to reach the forest, and we are introduced to the contrast between what is there in future, what is there for Savitri in future, and what she had back in Mathura, the palace of Ashokati. The past receded and a future neared. Again, this is a very loaded line. There are multiple layers of meaning once more. Here also, the past receded and a future neared. In terms of the immediate journey of Savitri, it means that her life as a princess in Ashopati's palace is receding back, and the future in the hermitage in the Shalva woods is beginning. That is what the plain storyline would mean. The past receded and the future neared. But at the same time, it is not just the historical past, it is also the epochal past. It is also the epochal future, which is dawning pretty soon. Savitri's mission, which she had been carrying on life after life, has now accumulated into a moment which can mold the future. It can shape the future. The future is near. Her mission, its fulfillment, this is what is suggested by this simple phrase, the future neared. Due to the fact that the description is in the time domain, past and future, it gives the idea of the entire thrust of our work through different stages of time. Bhuta, that is over, Bhavishya is approaching. in the spiritual sense, in the occult sense, in the sense of the mission. But suddenly then we have the description of space also. This was the description in the two divisions of time, the past and the future. Now the description follows in terms of location, in terms of space. Far now behind lay Madra's spacious halls, the white carved pillars, the dim cool alcoves, the tinged mosaic of the crystal floors, the towered pavilions, the towered pavilions, the wind-rippled pools, the garden humming with the murmur of bees, forgotten soul, or a pale memory. All that past where she lived as a young princess is now becoming a faint memory because the future is nearing. And gardens humming with the murmur of bees, forgotten soul, or a pale memory. The fountains splash in the wide stone-bound pool. The thoughtful noontides brooding solemn trance. The colonnades dream grey in the quiet eve. The slow moonrise gliding in front of night. The thoughtful noontides brooding solemn trance. The colonnades dream grey in the quiet eve. The slow moonrise gliding in front of night. So, again here we have a simultaneous description in terms of space locations, in terms of time movement. Thoughtful noontide, the dream grey of the quiet eve, moonrise gliding in front of night. So you got noon, you got eve, you got night. That is how the past is receding and the future is dawning with a new dawn. So this is magical poetry, weaving together with one single thread, space and time. The description of Madhura and the description of what is going to happen in time. Noontide, eve, night, moonshine. This is typically Aravidonian, which in a certain sense would draw something of the Kalidasian and the Valmikian ethos of poetry. And it is so sweet, so lyrical, so full of meaning also. It is not description of time and space for the sake of description. It is suggestive also in terms of what is going to happen and its relationship with the work and mission of Savitri. Far now behind lay spacious halls of Madhura. We had the description of Madhura very vividly presented in just 2 or 3 lines in the Book of Fate. Narad is arriving from his heaven in paradise and is about to land at Madhura. The description is very sweet, very enchanting again, and most lyrical, most lyrical. Did you see that? Narad is arriving with the speed of a lightning. As mighty lightning streak, a glory fell, nearing until the rapt eyes of the sage looked out from luminous cloud and strangely limned his face, a beautiful mask of antique joy, appearing in light, descended, where arose King Ashwapati's palace to the winds, where arose King Ashwapati's palace to the winds, in Madra, flowering up in delicate stone. That is in Madra, where Savitri was born, where Savitri grew as a princess, where from now she is going to the hermitages in the Salva woods. King Ashwapati's palace to the winds in Madra, flowering up in delicate stone. That gives us at once an idea about the kind of city where Ashwapati lived, which Ashwapati built, where Savitri, the divine child, grew up. A palace built up in delicate stone. There is a certain charm in that, sweetness, delicacy, which is very characteristic of the divine child itself. In fact, the whole picture what we have here, far now behind lay Madra's spacious halls, the white carved pillars, the cool dim alcoves, the traced mosaic of the crystal floors, the towered pavilions, the wind-rippled pools and gardens humming with the murmur of bees. Forgotten soul or a pale memory, the fountains splash in the wide, stone-bound pool, the thoughtful noontides brooding solemn trance, the colonnades dream grey in the quiet eve, the slow moonrise gliding in front of night. This is an exquisite description of exquisite Madra. It has classical solidity. It is also lyrically very beautiful. Waters of Alaknanda moving by the side of the city, washing its houses and fields and gardens. Palace carved in delicate stone. That is what Madra is. A classical picture of delicacy, of charm, of sweetness, of love. A perfect house for a perfect child who has taken birth here in the human conditions. In the classical literature, there are number of famous cities, and one could kind of compare Ashwapati's Madra with those cities. In the Ramayana, there is a very elaborate description of Ayodhya. where Rama was born and grew as a prince, and which was getting ready for his coronation ceremony. The description is very elaborate, very detailed, very beautiful, very artistic. Also speaking of the artistic nature of the city itself, of the ancient Ayodhya. We have later on in the Mahabharata a wonderful description of the palace which was built by the demon Asura, Maya Sabha. It was a palace built by Vishwakarma. In all its richness, in all its charm and spell, and every kind of a detail present in it. It is not a very delicate palace like Ayodhya or Ashwapati's Mathura on the banks of Alaknanda in the lower Himalayas. We also have descriptions of Indra Sabha, elaborate palace halls where things are happening constantly in joy and dance and kind of luxury and merriment. These are palaces studded with gems, and the gems are quarried from the moon rocks, from the moon gold. The gems are quarried and used for decoration and for artistic construction of these palaces. In contrast to that, we have the Roman Emperor Augustus Caesar's Palaceum of imperial majesty. Massive, wonderful, elaborate. Massive in the nature of the imperialism of Rome itself. We have in the 3rd millennium BC the city of Damascus, whose few remnants are still present. We have, of course, the Periclean Athens, with its Acropolis, with its busy agora, with its impressive, majestic, luminous Parthenon, the house of the goddess of Athens, Athena. We have, of course, the historic city of Troy, Priam's Troy, full of epic glory, epic chronicles of triumph and tragedy written on its walls. Then, of course, later on, we have, in fact, much earlier than that, we have Gilgamesh's Uruk, the Sumerian city of the ancient days, with magnificent buildings decorated with reliefs and mosaics, courtyards, jaguars, and palaces and halls. All these ancient cities speak of another world, another one. These are the cities which shaped destiny, in the joy of marching history. In contrast to that those cities, Ashwapati's mother is stone carved, delicate in nature. Far now behind lay Madra's spacious halls, the white carved pillars, the cool alcoves, the trained mosaic of the crystal floors, the towered pavilions, the wind-rippled pools, the gardens humming with murmur of bees. Forgotten soon or a pale memory, the fountains splash in the wide stone-bound pool. The thoughtful noontides brooding solemn trance, the colonnades dream grey in the quiet eve, the slow moonrise gliding in front of night. This is the city which is now left behind. Also the past memories left far behind were now the faces known, the happy silken babble on laughter's lips, and the close clinging clasp of intimate hands and adoration's light in cherished eyes offered to the one sovereign of their life. This is the description of young Savitri. Savitri as a child with happy silken babble on laughter's lips. All that is now of the past, and the future is dawning pretty soon. Yeah, let us read again those few lines which we did last time and try to continue further. We had the description of Savitri arriving at the hermitage where she had met Satyavan for the first time a few weeks earlier. The poet introduces the description in a very significant manner, in a very loaded manner, full of occult and spiritual connotations. He says, the past receded and the future neared. At once, we have here not only the continuation of the storyline that Savitri is leaving back her palace, her mother, her Alakananda, her parents, and all those beautiful things there, her intimate friends, her inmates, she is leaving them behind. And in that sense, the past receded and the future neared. The future, of course, would mean living now with Satyavan in the hermitages and also getting ready to meet the eventuality made known to her by Narad, that 1 year after the marriage, Satyavan will die. This is a destined death, and Savitri has to prepare herself to meet that death and conquer death. So when he says the future neared, it also connotes immediately the sense of the conquest of death which is going to happen in this hermitage, in this particular place. Past receded. It is not only the past 15-20 years of Savitri staying in Mathura, maybe 25 years, because she has become a fully grown girl to get married. So maybe between 20 and 25. So it is not that past which is receding, but the past of the entire earth, the accumulated karmas, the occult difficulties which are being faced in the process of evolution and of the possibilities that have to open out for the future. It is that past now which is staying back. His function is over, his job is done, and the future or the coming or the everlasting day is what is indicated that is nearing soon. So the line has a double arthandra, double meaning, double sense. It is very rich in both the story aspect and the occult spiritual aspects connected with Savitri's work. The past receded and the future near. Far now lay behind Madra's spacious halls. Well, he is now narrating it in the form of a storyline, although the suggestions are at a different level also simultaneously. Far now behind lay Madra's spacious halls, the white carved pillars, the cool dim alcoves, the tinged mosaic of the crystal floors, the towered pavilions, the wind-rippled pools, and gardens humming with the murmur of bees, forgotten soon, or a pale memory. The fountain splash in the white stone-bound pool, the thoughtful noontides brooding solemn trance, the colonnades a dream grey in the quiet eve, the slow moonrise gliding in front of night. So here we have again a double description of location and of moment. Location in terms of space, of moment in terms of time. In space, Madra, the surrounding area, the geographical surroundings of the place in the local sense, in the sense of the space. And in sense of time, we have noontide, eve and night. Why night? Because the future, the new dawn, is soon going to arrive on the horizon in space and time. So the meaning is already incorporated in this sort of a geographical, temporal description by the poet himself. That is the power, that is the magic, that is charm of the mystic poetry. That in just few lines he can cover vast tracts of space and time, of ages and of realms, one after the other. That is the beauty of the mystic poetry. And this is one of the most unique examples in Savitri, where all these things are depicted immediately in one single sentence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lines. You see, everything is covered in the 11 lines which is stated. The past is receded and the future neared. Now, why does it say past receded and the future neared? Again, it is connected with the work of Savitri. Savitri's birth itself is a unique birth, is a purposeful birth. It is the birth in response to the powerful invocation of Ashwapati to the Divine Mother herself. And in response to that prayer of Ashwapati, she takes a mortal birth. And therefore, the poet tells us that once more that will put an earthly shape. Once more that will put put on an earthly shape. Will, the supreme will, it has taken the birth again in an earthly shape. The Supreme Himself, the Divine Mother herself has come here again, once more. This has been happening through the ages, through the yugas, through cycles of time. She has been coming again and again. But now, in this particular life, this will has taken a decisive step. Something is definitely going to happen. The past is erased, the future near. That's the assurance of that will. Once more that will put on an earthly shape. What is she going to do? She has taken the birth, of course. At once she seemed to found a mightier race. At once she seemed to found a mightier race. Savitri is born, and even as a child, there is the assurance in her work, in her activities, in her movements, that she is going to found a mightier race here. The future is approaching. That mightier race has to arrive at once. She seemed to found a mightier race. Again, the deep mystic attempt began. This attempt of Savitri's coming here again and again is for a certain decisive action. But now something else has happened here. Something very definite, something very concrete is going to happen here. Again, the mystic deep attempt began. Now this attempt is going to bear fruit. He is going to achieve what for it has come here. It has going to have its phalashruti, its reward, the divine reward. The boon of the Supreme is going to fructify here. At once, the deep mystic attempt began. At once, she seemed to found a mightier race. The past receded and the future neared. So that is the possibility of the future which is suggested here in a very, very powerful manner. Although a spatio-temporal picture is what is given to us here. At once she seemed to found a mightier race. In fact, even in her, what the poet calls, childish moments, Savitri as a babe, even as a very young girl, there was a nearness of light. There was something which was divine in her laughter, in her movement, in her joy, in her play, in her association with her friends, with her objects, with her toys, whatever was there around. Although they seemed childish in the human sense, but to the mystic eye, one could see, the mystic eye could immediately see that there is a divine light all around her, doing all these things. That is what Savitri is here now. And therefore the poet says here, left far behind were now the faces known. Left far behind were now the faces known, the happy silken babble on laughter's lips, and a close clinging clasp of intimate hands, and adorations alight in cherished eyes, offered to the one sovereign, of their life. All her inmates, her friends, her associates in the palace, they worshipped her because there was light around her. They could feel something in her, and therefore they offered themselves to Savitri. They became her glorious companions in that game, in that play, in that moment, in that association. Adoration's light in cherished eyes, hers were the cherished eyes, and her friends, her peer, her compatriots, they adored her. They found something very charming in her eyes. The light was there around, even in her childish moments. And they immediately felt something very unusual and got immediately attracted by that. The happy silken babble on laughter's lips. Laughter itself is now personified here. Laughter is standing as a person, and on his lips, what do you have? Babble. The way in which a child utters words. Something which looks to us meaningless, prattle of not much use, something which has not any meaning, all the same to be full of happiness, silken, soft, vivid also, very desirable also. It is in that moment that Savitri is being worshipped by her friends and compatriots. Babble is something which is uttered, which looks very meaningless. The way the child speaks something, nobody understands what it is trying to say, perhaps except its mother. She knows what it is speaking. But her friends, they were so intimate to her, so close to her, that they could grasp what she is trying to say, even in her babble, in her meaningless chatter there. The happy, silken babble on laughter's lips. Now here, again, some of the adjectives are purposeful. Happy, silken. The babble is of that kind on the lips of laughter. Why the poet is saying? Because that is the past. In Madra, as a child, she was happy, joyous, no care, nothing. Everybody was at her service. At her word, people would come and give her whatever she wanted, she demanded, she cried for. It was easily available to her. Now that happiness may not be there anymore to Savitri in the future. She has accepted a harsh life in the hermitage of staying in a forest where she will have to do household work, sweep the floor, lit the kitchen fire, prepare the food, pull the water from the well. This is what Savitri will have to do now in the future. So the happiness is now left behind. That belongs to the past. The future, the immediate future for Savitri is to accept the life of the hermitage, the ascetic's life. In fact, in the Mahabharata story, when Savitri begins staying in the hermitage after marriage, after her parents had left the place, she takes off her royal dress, her ornaments, and puts on the sannyasi's clothes, bare, minimum, lives a very harsh life. She speaks very few words. She cannot travel, cannot talk freely with anybody around here because she has accepted now the life of a tapaswini, of an ascetic, where she has to do yoga and prepare herself to meet the challenge of death. She is engaged immediately in that task. So that happy silken babble is now over, and the immediate future which is being seen is the harsh life, the tough life of the hermitage, where she has no servants there. Her husband will get up early in the morning, pick up his instruments, go to the forest to cut woods, to collect fruit, to get vegetables, bring home. So that is the kind of life she will have to live immediately after that. In the house, she will have to do all the household work herself. She will have to look after her aged parents-in-law, her blind father-in-law, her old mother-in-law. Take due care of them. The happy silken babble on laughter's lips and the close clinging clasp of intimate hands, those hands are there now. And adorations lie in cherished eyes, offered to the one sovereign of their life. So that is gone now, that belongs to the past. And what do we have now here? We are here. Nature's primeval loneliness was here. Bare ascetic life, mountains and rivers, beasts and animals, birds. It is in that surrounding she has to live here. Nature's primeval, the very beginning of nature's life, full of these activities. Here only was the voice of bird and beast. That silken babble is not there. Her friends chatting with her, that is not there. Here only was the voice of bird and beast. The ascetic's exile in the dim-souled, huge, inhuman forest, far from cheerful sound of man's blithe converse and his crowded days. The city life, the urban life, the busy life of the palace, they were no more here. What we are here? The ascetic's exile in the dim-souled, huge, inhuman forest. It is in that surrounding, in that condition, Savitri has to live at the moment here. Now this is a picture which appears on a number of occasions in Savitri itself. The place where Savitri first met Satyavan, the meeting place is what is described here. In the same way, we can see some of these things quickly, a few of these descriptions. Why I am reading this thing is to also show the kind of a consistency which is there in the poem. At different places he is describing things, but there is a unity, there is coherence. It is the same thing which he is describing, proposed in different manner, but it is not that on page 15 he is describing this place in one manner, and in the book of yoga he is describing in another manner, and in the meeting place he is describing in the third manner. It is not that. It is the same place. Even when she is meeting death, that scene of the forest, it is the same scene which is present in different places in Savitri. With the same vividness, with the same power of precision, and with more or less the same details, but each time the description adding something new, something charming, something beautiful, something rich to the whole place. So that is the beauty of Savitri. There is a unity of theme. Although the description is, so to say, repetitive, it is not really repetitive. It is enriching every time. Now, for instance, we have here, right in the beginning, when the poet is describing the issue, maybe your page 12 or 14, something there, perhaps. See how the poet has remembered everything, and the text is exactly the same. On page 15, the issue, alone amid the many faces loud. See, again the same description what we have seen earlier. Alone amid the many faces loud, aware among unknowing happy hearts, her armored spirit kept watch upon the hours, listening for a foreseen tremendous step, listening for a foreseen tremendous step, foreseen. Again, that unity of theme is there. In the close beauty of the inhuman voice, this is what we had here, inhuman forest. See the exactness of the description. Inhuman forest, yes, in the inhuman voice, here we got. And it continues, a combatant in silent, dreadful lists, the world unknowing, for the world she stood. No helper had she, save the strength within. There was no witness of terrestrial eyes, the gods above, and nature's soul below were the spectators of that mighty strife. What Savitri is going to meet. That is the place where Satyavan is going to die. This place where Savitri is going to live after the marriage. Around her were the austere sky-pointing hills, tall rising rainforest trees. Around her were the austere sky-pointing hills and the green, murmurous, broad, deep-thoughted woods muttered incessantly their muffled spell. A dense, magnificent, coloured, self-wrapped life. A dense, magnificent, coloured, self-wrapped life. See the richness of the line. Dense, magnificent, coloured, self-wrapped. Life has 4 adjectives. This is a very rare incident that a noun is carrying 4 adjectives before it. You see. Dense, of course, magnificent, the thick forest, very beautiful, magnificent, imposing, majestic. Also, coloured, something green, something brown, something emerald, different colours are there. Self-wrapped, they have wrapped themselves, covered themselves up. Life, draped the leaves vivid, emerald, monotone, and set with chequers and beams, and bright flowers, immured her destiny's secluded scene. That is the scene where Savitri is going to stay also. Secluded scene in that forest, in that hermitage, isolated from the life outside, the urban life, the busy life of man, away from that. There has she grown to the stature of a spirit. It is here, in this place, she had grown to the stature of a spirit. She is going to do her yoga here and rise to the full power of her spirit to meet the challenge of death. There has she grown to the stature of her spirit. The genius of titanic silences sleeping her soul in its wide loneliness had shown to her herself's bare reality and mated her with her environment. Its solitude greatened her human hours. With a background of the eternal, and unique. See again how meaningful this description is compared with happy silken babble is over. Now she is in the company of this forest and trees and bird and beast, and she is going to rise to the full stature of a spirit. A force, a spare, direct necessity, reduce the heavy framework of man's days and his overburdening mass of outward needs to a first thin strip of simple animal wants, whatever is required, the minimum, that is what is given to her. To a first thin strip of simple animal wants and a mighty wideness of the primitive earth, the primeval loneliness, the primitive earth, this is what we have here. And a brooding multitude of patient trees. We had the same thing here earlier, brooding multitude of patient trees and the musing sapphire leisure of the sky and the solemn weight of the slowly passing months. 12 months are given to her and they are now passing slowly here. And the solemn weight of the slowly passing month had left in her deep room for thought and God. For thought and God. She is going to do her yoga here. The poet is already suggesting right in the beginning what is going to happen in this forest here. There was her drama's radiant prologue lived. This is the summary of the whole scene here. And that is what we have in the present passage also. Nature's primeval loneliness was here. Here only was the voice of bird and beast, the ascetic's exile in the dim-souled, huge inhuman forest, far from cheerful sound of man's blithe converse and his crowded days. Now, see the touch of the poet as an artist, how small little details make a whole difference in the quality of poetry. Here only was the voice of bird and beast. The poet is suggesting only two kinds, bird and beast. Bird, he doesn't say birds and beasts. Bird and beast is a more powerful way of telling about all those things than birds and beasts. It becomes dilute, very weak, very small, feeble. But the moment he says bird and beast, suddenly the whole species of flying creature, of animals moving around, they get covered in that singular noun, bird and beast. So that is the poetic art. That is only a master can do. An ordinary poet would have said birds and beasts. You see. But the master says bird and beast. Poetically again this line, here only was a voice of bird and beast. We can practically say that the first quote, here only, here only, here oh. There is a stress on here and oh. That is corresponding. Only was. Pirik, short, short. The voice, the bird and beast, ends. Short, long, short, long, short, long, short, long. So the movement of the poetry is also very appropriate with the description. Here only was the voice of bird and beast. You can see the rhythm, how it moves. The power of poetry comes out fully in the metrical connotation also. That is the creation of a master poet, or a master artist also. So we have here the combination of space and time, or the or the past and the future, or the poetic art choosing to bring out something of a different type of poetry, which is very rare, which is possible only for one who lives in the true, authentic, real world of poetry. Somewhere high up, the overmind influence of that world is present in the expression, and that is very clear even from the simple phrases. Nature's primeval loneliness was here only for the voice of bird and bee, the ascetic exile and the dim soul, the huge inhuman forest, far from cheerful sound of man's blithe converse and crowded day. Now, apart from the naturalness of the lines stopping at the end, we also have the effect of lines overflowing. The ascetic's exile. In the dim soul, huge inhuman, the line is overflowing. The line does not stop with huge. It has a tendency to run on to the next line. Huge inhuman forest, far from cheerful sound of man's blithe. Again the line is running on. Far from cheerful sound of man's blithe converse. So the effect of overflowing lines, at the same time the effect of end-stop lines is poetically trapped, is caught, seized to bring out something very unusual, very powerful, very expressive also. That is the charm of Savitri. Last time we were seeing the description of the surroundings where the hermitages were located and where the convoy is arriving. The convoy carrying Savitri to her future place. Let us read a few lines first before we can look into some of those details. Nature's primeval loneliness was here. Here only was the voice of bird and beast. The ascetic's exile in the dim-souled, huge inhuman forest, far from the cheerful sound of man's blithe converse and its crowded days. In a broad eve, with one red eye of cloud, through a narrow opening, a green flowered cleft, out of the stair of sky and soil, they came into a mighty home of emerald dusk. There, onward led by a faint brooding path, which toiled through the shadow of enormous trunks and under arches mirrors of sunshine, they saw low thatched roofs of a hermitage huddled beneath a patch of azure hue. In a sunlit clearing, there seemed the outbreak of a glad smile in the forest's monstrous heart, the rude refuge of the thought and will of man, watched by the crowding giants of the wood. And it goes on. Now basically, in a deeper sense, the question that arises in one's mind is, why the story is related with the loneliness of the forest, away from civilization, away from towns and cities, from bazaars and marketplaces, in the deep forest, where not even one human step is seen or observed, but are only a group of thatches where live the sages and seers and rishis and their disciples. Why this event of Satyavan's death should be in this remote place? Why could it not be in a palace, in the midst of human activity, in the midst of life itself? Certainly, there is a meaning in that, some deeper occult truth is inlaid in that, and therefore we have here a very elaborate description of the loneliness of the forest. In human forest, far from cheerful sound, no human sound is there, no voices of children are there, no schools, colleges are there, no educational institutions are there, no sports grounds are there. In human forest, far from cheerful sound of man's blithe converse and his crowded days, away from man's crowded days, this is what is going to happen. The question which would naturally arise in our mind is why it is necessary that the death should occur here, and why Savitri should come to this place, leaving her majesty, her royalty, her palace, with all the glorious things which we have seen earlier. Why? Well, one immediate answer which we can give, we shall see that thing in more detail, but one immediate answer which we can give is, it is necessary that there is no human interference of any kind in the occult event which is going to take place. Only Savitri, Satyavan and gods above, they are going to be mighty witness of the encounter that will occur between her and Yama, death. So, the description of this forest, this elaborate description of the forest, of the scene, is also, in that sense, purposeful. It is not that the poet is luxuriating in poetry. It is not for the sake of poetry alone, but it is going to tell you something more, something deeper, some other associations are present with it, and therefore he is elaborating these things in a great way, in a very detailed manner. Nature's primeval loneliness, no human interference at all, no mental disturbance, no interference of any kind from man's longings and thoughts and wishes and happiness is going to happen. As a matter of fact, even in this forest, death is going to take place not in the hermitage where Satyavan and Savitri were staying with Satyavan's parents. Not even there, not even that human touch, that human element should be present there. Therefore, they go deep into the forest, and under the tree, the banyan tree, the mighty king tree, under that tree, the death occurs. So all these are interrelated descriptions. They are with a certain purpose. They carry the occult atmosphere, occult suggestions, occult meaning. These are packed in the episode connected with this death. The ascetics exile in the dim road, huge inhuman forest, far from cheerful sound of man's blithe converse and his crowded days. And then the poet moves on. In a broad ave, he has come up to the entrance point of the hermitages, Parnakutis, where we had number of rishis living, where in one of the Parnakutis, in one of the thatches, Dumasena, his wife Shaibya, and their son Satyavan are also living. So the whole convoy is now arriving at the entrance point of that hermitage. In a broad ave with one red eye of cloud, so it is toward the evening that they are coming to the hermitage, and the cloud in the sky is red because of the sunlight falling from behind. In a broad ave with one red eye of cloud, through a narrow opening of the trees and forests, through a narrow opening, a green flowered cleft out of the stair of sky and soil, they came into a mighty home of emerald dusk, the green evening of the forest. It is toward the evening that the convoy is arriving at the hermitage. Now, in this long description of about 100 lines, Savitri is coming to the hermitage. Her passage through the Aryavarta from place to place is described in great detail, but we have no idea yet that is it Savitri alone who is coming to the forest, or is the entire royal family with the ministers, with the army, that they are coming to the forest. That indication is not given yet. Now it is for the first time here we have been told remotely, suggestively, out of the stair of sky and soil, they came. Who are these they? And that has been left undefined in Sri Savitri. They came, they, he has not defined in his Savitri. Obviously, one obvious suggestion, idea, notion could be that it is a royal convoy who is accompanying Savitri. But that royal convoy would still not mean that her parents are also present. It could be some high minister who is carrying Savitri to her destined place. She had gone from place to place in search of a life partner, accompanied by a royal convoy. Some high minister was there, and it is he who was taking Savitri to different palaces, to different kingdoms, and moving on. So is it that convoy again which is bringing back Savitri to the hermitage? Now that has been left undefined in this Savitri. But we have a very explicit description of it in the Mahabharata Savitri. What happens exactly is described in sufficient detail in the Mahabharata Savitri. But before we come to that, let us see how the poetic art becomes so beautiful, so charming, so appealing to the readers of Savitri. What great inspiration is there behind these simple lines. In a broad eve with one red eye of cloud, this is one of the rarest kind of a description in Savitri. Broad eve with one red eye of cloud, looking into all these things, future, what is going to happen and all that. Now, this is a description in the poetic language, in the language of a literary critic, belonging to what is called the Keatsian detail. John Keats, the romantic poet, Keats, has such wonderful details in his poetry. And this is one of the most telling passages in Savitri, where we have a Keatsian element present in this description. In a broad eve with one red eye of cloud is absolutely Keatsian, belonging to the quality of the poetry of Keats. And Sribendu snatched it, got it. How? Because it is kind of flowing into his veins, into his poetic structure, into his poetic soul, and it comes out very naturally at appropriate points of time, the moment there is an opening for that inspiration. It happens. And a broad eve with one red eye of cloud, this is what I have been saying in the Keatsian description. Now, let us see a couple of examples connected with the minuteness with which Keats describes some of these things in his poetry. And then we can really appreciate how much Sribendu has assimilated the English poetry and recreated his own poetry in that vein. Here are a couple of lines from Keats. See, one line is something like this: Vesper, that is Venus, that is the evening star. He is describing about Vesper, the evening star, Venus. Very beautiful star, Venus, of course, the goddess of beauty. Amorous glow warm sky. He sees in the evening star. And the description is also about the evening, what Sribendu is describing. Red eye in cloud. Here, instead of red cloud, we have got Vesper in Keats. And how does that star, that planet rather, scientifically speaking, it looks like a glowworm in the sky. Now, these are minute details with which Keats develops his poetry. His inspiration is full of such minute details. After all, what is a star in the sky, evening star, Venus? It is a glowworm in the sky. Now, see, the magic again is something which is very attractive in the sense that when he is talking of Vesper, Venus, the evening star, Venus, the goddess of beauty herself, and he is connecting that thing with glowworm. Obviously, again in the evening, night, and Savitri description is also about the evening, red eye in the evening. Glowworm of the sky. Now, biologically, it is the female glowworm which glows in the night, and not the male. You see, not the male. Venus, Vesper, they are all related to the female. So the appropriateness of the simile is biologically also perfect. There is no discordance there anywhere, you see. Amorous glowworm of the sky, that is how it is described. So the details are very minutely caught and represented in this poetry in that manner, and that is exactly what we have in Savitri also. In a broad eve with one red eye of cloud, every detail is purposeful, meaningful, is correlative also, you see, in a sense. Then there is another passage from Keats. Let me read that thing also. A voice flowed on. He is personifying voice. Voice flowed on like timorous brook. Timorous brook. In the night, it is evening, in the forest, a lonely, frightful brook is flowing on. A voice flowed on. How? Like timorous brook that, lingering along a paved coast, doth fear to meet the ocean. The brook is moving along the paved coast towards the sea, but it is kind of afraid. It is timid. And that is how the voice which he is describing of his loss coming here. So in other words, the comparison is so elaborate, so minute, so detailed, and so delicate also, you see. That's the beauty of the whole description of poetry. Voice flowed on like timorous brook that, lingering along a paved coast, doth fear to meet the sea. Now this is the kind of a thing which you see in Savitri. Here you have just one example. We can see a couple of more examples also in Savitri of that kind, you see. Then there is another one. One trance waking into another, she began to sing. See, whosoever is singing, how she is singing, as if one trance is waking into another trance, as if one dream is waking into another dream. It is that kind of a detail which is very rare, which is very precious also. Waking from a dream into another dream. It is in that manner somebody is singing. So the aptness of the simile or the details is very appealing. And it is not just poetry for the sake of poetry. It has connotations of different kinds also. One trance waking to another, she began to sing. Morning waters at their priest-like task of some ablution. In one place it is morning waters, in another version it is moving waters in Keats. Moving waters in their priest-like task. The waters are moving, and what are they doing? Priest-like, they are offering ablution. So again, the delicateness of the simile is very beautiful here. The water is moving how? As if a priest is offering oblations. Then of course we have a very anguished, very intense description. What? Mortality weighs heavily on me like unwilling sleep. Mortality is weighing heavily on me like unwilling sleep. Now these are again very delicate, very elaborate description. What is he describing? Mortality. Like unwilling sleep. I don't want it, but it is there. Well, people say that this could be also a kind of advanced knowledge that Keats was going to die pretty soon. It may be, it may not be. That doesn't concern us. But the line by itself, mortality weighs heavily on me like unwilling sleep, is so beautiful, so romantic, so touching, so universal. Those who are sensitive, those who are perceptive to things, they feel that it is not Keats on whom that mortality is weighing. It is on all of us that mortality is weighing. He has found a universal utterance in that particular phrase. And how? Like unwilling sleep. I don't want the sleep, but it is still pressing me on to sleep. So these are the Keats entities. This is what I was trying to say. Now, well, let us take last example. He is describing in the forest oak trees. And how do they look? Oak trees are senators of mighty woods. Those beautiful forests, thick forest. They are the senators of mighty woods. Now, this could be very appropriately transferred to the description what we have in Savitri. Surrounding the hermitages where Satyavan is living and the rishis are living. In human forest, far from cheerful sound, but that forest is guarded by whom? By the senators of mighty woods. Those forests are guarded by the senators of mighty woods. That's the kind of relationship we have in both the places, you see. Now, we could see, apart from this particular description, which is in front of us here in Savitri, in a broad eve with one red eye of cloud, through a narrow opening, a green flower cleft, out of the stair of sky and soil they came into a mighty home of emerald dusk. So this is one Christian description. Maybe we can have some more examples from Savitri about the Christian descriptions. It is good to enjoy this poetry, and therefore I would like to do that kind of a thing, you see. Because the poetry will move on, and of course the yoga also will move on, you see, but this is also a part of yoga, you see. Now, this is the scene when Savitri and Satyavan are going to meet for the first time in the forest. And the scene is very, very beautifully, very delicately described by the poet. That a spiritual poet can also be so romantic is one of the most wonderful things that can happen in Shivandu's spirituality, which is so rich in every respect, and its true sense of the romantic nature, the joy of the psychic emerging and flooding every aspect of your life. That is what romantic means. At first, her glance that took life's myriad shapes, she is looking everywhere. She is going, her chariot is going from place to place. She is looking everywhere in the forest. At first, a glance that took life's myriad shades impartially to people, his treasure house, along with sky and flower and hill and star. See, again he is using singulars. Along with sky and flower and hill and star, as we have seen last time also, hill and star, dwelt Radha on the bright, harmonious scene where she is going to meet Satyavan. That is, of course, going to be a harmonious scene, obviously. And then it saw the green gold of the slumberous sward, the grasses quivering with slow winds that trade, the branches haunted, but the wild birds call. And then he says further down, Savitri is moving, she is kind of casually looking all around here, and then she says, so might she have passed on chance ignorant roads. By chance she happened to get roads, ignorant road, what is going to happen, she has no idea. So might she have passed on chance ignorant roads, missing the goal of heaven, losing life's aim. Satyavan is there, but okay, she has been seeing so many people all around while she is going from place to place, and maybe this is another youth, it's okay, so what, that kind of thing. She might have passed on, but they got touched in time her conscious soul. Although it is a chance, there is behind it the God touch. But the God touched in time her conscious soul. Her vision settled, caught, and all was changed. And then her mind at first dwelt in ideal dreams, those intimate transmitter of earth's signs that make known things a hint of unseen spheres, and saw in him the genius of the spot, a simple figure standing mid earth's scenes, a king of light outlined in delicate air. Yet this was but a moment's reverie, for suddenly her heart looked out at him. The passionate seeing youth's thought cannot match, and knew one nearer than its own close thing. All in a moment was surprised and seized, all in inconscient ecstasy, laying wrapped or under imagination's colored lids, held up a large mirror there of dream, broke forth in flame to recreate the world, and in that flame to new things she was born. Now, this is not only Kirsian, it is super Kirsian. This passage is elaborate in detail in every respect, is of course Kirsian, but it is something which even kids cannot achieve. It is super Kirsian. All in a moment was surprised and seized, all in inconscient ecstasy, laid wrapped or under imagination's colored lids, held up in a large mirror air of dream, broke forth in flame to recreate the world, and in that flame to new things she was born. Well, that is how we have the romantic element, which is far beyond Kalidas and Keats, which is spiritually psychic, at the same time psychically spiritual, present in Savitri. It is not aesthetic romanticism. It is spiritually psychic and simultaneously psychically spiritual. That is what we have in this small little passage, which a non-yogi cannot even imagine. However, a good poet, maybe he cannot get that kind of an inspiration. All in a moment was surprised and seized, or in conscious ecstasy lay wrapped, or under imagination's colored lids, held up in a large mirror air of dream, broke forth in flame to recreate the world, and in that flame to new things she was born. That is the new birth of Savitri. She had discovered love suddenly because the God touched in time and a new birth had taken place. And then further on he says, and alchemy worked, the transmutation came, the mission phase had wrought the master's spell. And then further down, whose trembling fast, Savitri was going swiftly in a chariot from place to place, whose trembling fast, wheels largely tumbling ceased. The chariot stopped suddenly, arrested like a wind. The chariot stood like an arrested wind. Now this is a description again. The chariot stood like an arrested wind. Arrested wind is typically Kitsian. The phrase is not Kits, but the quality of poetry is Kitsian. The chariot stood like an arrested wind. Okay, let us see one last example. There are so many, but I have just picked up at random a couple of them. Yeah, Savitri is answering back to Yama, and then we have got this description here. She spoke, the boundless members of the god, as if by secret ecstasy assailed, shuddered in silence as obscurely stirred, oceans, dim face, delivered to the moon. The ocean is giving to the moon. So he is describing like a field here. As if by secret ecstasy assailed, suddenly shuddered in silence as obscurely stirred, ocean dim face, delivered to the moon. Again, these elaborate details are Kitsian. Then lifted up by sudden wind around her in that vague and glimmering world, then lifted up as by sudden wind around her in that vague and glimmering world, the twilight trembled like a bursting wave. The twilight through which they were moving, Savitri and Yama, death. The spirit of Satyavan, behind him is death, behind him is Savitri. That is how the procession is going. Between the spirit of Satyavan and Savitri is standing death. And it is that who is standing between them has to disappear. Then only they can come together. And therefore, as the procession is moving on, what happened? Then lifted up by sudden wind around her in that vague and glimmering world, the twilight trembled like a bursting wave. In the moment Savitri is uttering that kind of truth in reply to death, even the twilight is trembling like a veil, and which has been lifted up by the wind. Then lifted up as by a sudden wind around her in that vague and glimmering world, and the twilight trembled like a bursting veil. Thus, with armed speech, the great opponents strove. That is how it went on, you see. So again, you see, in the midst of a dialogue with death, the poet is so, what shall I say, ecstatic about the descriptions, so joyous, so happy to give all these little fine details. There is absolutely no gloom, no touch of sorrow. He is watching the whole thing with a beautiful, luminous Sakshi Purusha's consciousness, witness Purusha, standing behind and seeing the whole thing. And therefore, in that detached consciousness, he can describe all the details in their minute perfection, in every detail. The twilight trembled like a bursting veil. That is what happens the moment Savitri is giving an answer to Yama, you see, and things of things. So last time we were seeing the royal convoy, the retinue, the entourage, whatever you want to call it, approaching the hermitages of the rishis, and of course of Bhimasena, Satyavan's father, where they are staying in the Shalva woods. The poet describes in a very beautiful manner and brings out something very vividly for the whole place, scenic, charming, attractive, at the same time as if filled with spiritual peace, a spiritual vastness, a spiritual depth because of the evening dusk which is approaching. In a broad eve, with one red eye of cloud, through a narrow opening, a green flowered cleft out of the stair of sky and soil, day came into a mighty home of emerald dusk, into a mighty home of emerald dusk. This is the group of hermitages where the convoy is arriving. Now this day has been left undefined, but obviously the connotation, the reference is very clear. It means that the royal party is taking Savitri to her new place of dwelling, where they will leave her and go back to their kingdom, and Savitri will continue to stay in the hermitage with her husband and with her parents-in-law. So that day has a reference to the royal convoy. Now, it is not very clear yet whether this day also includes Savitri's parents, Ashwapati and Malavi. The poet has kept it kind of hanging, but it is understood that they certainly are also taking Savitri to the new place. That is made very explicit in the original story of the Mahabharata. Savitri being taken to the hermitage. That we could see separately, but first let us see the description we have in Shevendow's epic. They are onward, led by a faint, brooding path, which toil through the shadow of enormous trunks, and under arches, masses of sunshine, they saw low thatched roofs of a hermitage huddled between a patch of azure blue. In the sunlit clearing, there seemed the outbreak of a glad smile in the forest's monstrous heart, a rude refuge of the thought and will of man, washed by the towering giants of the wood. It's a thick forest, but there is a small opening somewhere, and through that opening, the sunlight comes on the hermitages. Hermitages, what we would call parnakutis, made of dry leaves, small sheds made of dry leaves, where the rishis and the ascetics and the disciples would stay, which toil through the shadow of enormous trunks. So you can have an idea how thick the forest is, that through those branches of the trees it is difficult for the sunlight to penetrate. They saw low thatched roofs of a hermitage from a distance. They have started now just kind of glimpsing the group of cottages where they should be going. Huddled beneath a patch of azure hue in a sunlit clearing, there seemed the outbreak of a glad smile in the forest monstrous heart. So again, there is a suggestion here that this is a place which will open out to the sunlight, to the new light, to the new dawn, to the new possibilities, to the new spiritual life which will arrive pretty soon. A rude refuge of the thought and will of man, washed by the crowding giants of the wood. Crowding giants of the wood, huge trees, must have been very old trees also there, and they are not only watching, they are guarding the whole place. Arrived in that rough-hewn homestead, they gave, questioning among the strangeness of her fate, the pride and loved one to the great blind king, a regal pillar of foreign mightiness, and the stately Kevan woman, once a queen, who now hoped nothing for herself from life, but all things only hoped for her one child, calling with a single head from partial fate all joy of earth, all heaven's beatitude. So the convoy has arrived at the hermitage where Vimarsena and his wife Shabyam are staying. Arrived in that rough-hewn homestead, they handed over Savitri to them, to her parents-in-law. Homestead. Homestead is a house, an immovable property with farms and trees and gardens around. It is something which stays as a unit. So in the legal language, when the transactions of transfer of property are done, then the specification is that it is the fixed property which will be handed from one party to the other party, not the other movable assets like cows, horses, animals, or whatever are possessed by the first owner. So it is in that home state now Savitri is moving. It must have been a fairly large space with a big piece of land all around where the hermitage is located. But it is a rough-hewn homestead, rough-hewn. This is again a very purposeful description. Obviously, Savitri is going to live in the forest, in difficult surroundings, in a household where there are no urban luxuries. She is a princess, and suddenly now she has to live in a hut. That contrast is there of transition from one type of life to the other. And therefore, the poet is pointing it out, look, till yesterday she was living in a royal palace like a princess. But now she will be living here in a low, rough-hewn cottage. Arrived in that rough-hewn homestead, they gave, questioning no more the strangeness of her fate. They had already reconciled themselves about the choice Savitri had made. She had told her parents, yes, this is done. I am not going to change my mind. I have chosen Satyavan as my life's partner, and I know how to change my fate. So questioning no more. They are not challenging her decision at all. Questioning no more the strangeness of her fate. Why strangeness? Again the same contrast. She is a royal princess. She is a well-cultured lady. She is a boon which has come from the divine himself, and now she has to go and live a kind of a lonely life, ascetic life, without the royal trappings around her, no servants, no luxuries, nothing of that kind. Questioning no more the strangeness of her fate. That is the strangeness of her fate. This is a girl who was living in luxury, and now she has to live in a hut. That is the strangeness of her fate, which they are not anymore questioning. Questioning no more the strangeness of her fate, their pride and loved one to the great blind king. Obviously, they were very proud of the daughter of this girl, this princess, claiming bride in the palace, moving with anklet bells while going from place to place in the palace. They are not now questioning all those things. That is why she was a loved girl, loved daughter, but all that is left behind. Their pride and loved one to the great blind king. So they are handing her over to Satyavan's father. He is the patriarch, and it is he who has to take the responsibility of Savitri in terms of her life in the hermitage. Questioning no more the strangeness of her fate, their pride and loved one to the great blind king, a regal pillar of fallen mightiness and stately careworn woman, once a queen, so too her parents-in-law, great blind king, and a careworn woman, once a queen, to them Savitri is being handed over by the royal parents, Ashwapati and the queen Malavi. That is the brief description of the ceremony, so to say, of the two families joining together. And a stately careworn woman, once a queen, Satyavan himself had described to Savitri about the mightiness of his father, the kingdom he possessed, But blind fate had snatched away his eyesight, and with that came calamity and misfortune. His enemy took the opportunity to defeat him and drive him away from his kingdom, and therefore he was staying as an exile in the hermitages here. Therefore, a great blind king and a careworn woman, once a queen, careworn. Once she was of course a queen, but now she has a care. What care? In the hermitage, in the ascetic space, in the company of the rishis who had given up all attachments to life. What care does she have? She still has a motherly care. Not so much Satyavan's father, Devasena, but certainly his mother, Shaibya, are concerned with the fate of their son, Satyavan. She is worried about her son. He is staying in the forest. Who will offer him a daughter for marriage? That is one of the greatest care she has immediately. If at all he gets married, it may not be from the royal connections that we will find a girl who would opt for him for this hermitage life. That is her care, motherly care, that this boy, her son, may not find a suitable partner, suitable mate. Therefore, careworn woman, once a queen, but now hope nothing for herself from life. Obviously, she doesn't care, she doesn't need anything for herself, but her concern is her son. But all things only hoped for her one child. Calling on the single head from partial fate, all joy of earth, all heaven's beatitude. That is what she will do. She will pray. She will invoke gods to bless her child. All things only hold for her one child. That is her hope. That is her asha. That is her expectation in life, that he will get properly settled in life. Calling on the single head from partial fate, fate had been unkind to them. Fate drove them away from the kingdom and put them in the hermitage, and therefore the partial fate. And it is again that partial fate. She is asking for joy of earth. She is asking for blessings from heaven. The best utterances that can come from high, it is those she is asking for her son. She also wants all the richnesses of the earth to be available to him, who now hope nothing for herself from life, but all things only hope for her one child, calling on a single head from partial fate, all joy of earth, all heaven's beatitude, the excellent happiness, the excellent blessings. It is those she is asking for him. Adoring wisdom and beauty like in gods, she saw him, loved by heaven, as by herself. Satyavan's mother is very fond of her son, obviously, and she admires the wisdom of her son, the beauty, the majesty, the priestly state of her son. of a young god who looks like a young god. So gods can also become young and old. In other words, his features are godly, are immortal, changeless. And he is of course beautiful, he is of course wise, Saundarya and Jnana, both are present in him always. She saw all those attributes in him. She saw him loved by heaven as by herself. These gifts of Saundarya and Jnana, Pratnya, they have come to him from heaven itself. She has kind of recognized that, no, this cannot be earthly. They come from somewhere else, from some high place. And her attachment to her son is therefore not only because he is her son, but because he has those wonderful qualities, attributes of heavenly wisdom and beauty. She rejoiced in his brightness and believed in his fate and knew not of the evil drawing near. So the poet is telling us again, look, this lady, she is concerned about her son, but she has no idea of the evil which is coming closer and closer. Satyavan's mother, Satyavan's father also, of course, nobody in the hermitages know that something is going to happen which will be calamitous to him 1 year after the marriage. Nobody has an idea. She rejoiced in his brightness, therefore in that ignorance she is happy now, Satyavan's mother is happy now that a bride has walked into her house and her son has a life partner and believed in his fate. Yes, although as a prince he was driven out from the palace, but someone now has come here to build up his life. She rejoiced in his brightness and believed in his fate and knew not of the evil drawing near. As a matter of fact, this evil drawing near is a knowledge remaining only with Savitri and her parents. Nobody in the world has an idea that this is what is going to happen 1 year after the marriage. Savitri's parents-in-law are happy that their son is getting a bride. They were seeing only partial fate, yet had some kind of belief that his nasib, his Kismat, or whatever you call it, will flower up and something will happen. But while they were hoping such a thing, and while it had happened, they are oblivious to the event which will take place 1 year after the marriage, and knew not of the evil drawing near. Lingering some days upon the forest words, like men who lengthen out departure's pain, unwilling to separate sorrowful clinging hands, unwilling to see for the last time if we, heavy with the sorrow of a coming day, and wondering at the carelessness of fate, who breaks with idle hands the supreme works, they parted from her with pain-fraught, burdened hearts. As forced by inescapable fate, we part from one whom we shall never see again. Driven by the singularity of her fate. Helpless again the choice of Savitri's heart, they left her to a rapture and a doom in the tremendous forest, savage charge. Savitri's parents handed her to her parents-in-law. Now it is time for them to go back to their palace. Yet they are staying for some more time, as long as possible, to be in the company of their daughter, of their son-in-law. But it is not going to be for too long. They will have to go back to their palace. So lingering some days upon the forest worlds, like men who lengthen out departure's pain. See, the painful departure is always there, and therefore they want to make it as less as possible by lengthening the span of time. You see, that is the whole idea. See, unwilling to separate sorrowful clinging hands, unwilling to see for the last time a face heavy with the sorrow of a coming day, heavy with the sorrow of a coming day. Now, they are sorrowful because their loved one they had to leave behind. And that anguish, that pain is understandable. But at the same time, with the sorrow of a coming day. Now, this again is a difficult sentence line. Heavy with the sorrow of a coming day. Now, what is this coming day? Obviously, in the larger context, it would mean the day when Satyavan is going to die. Heavy with the sorrow of a coming day. They are therefore sorrowful. They, of course, here would mean now specifically Savitri's parents, Ashwapati and Malavi, because they are the only people who know about the death of Satyavan. So heavy with the sorrow of a coming day, obviously they feel sorry. Yes, we have done our part of duty. We have got Savitri married. We have handed her over to our parents-in-law. We have to now go back, but that thing keeps on haunting them all the while, that a sorrowful day is also approaching very fast, 1 year after the marriage. Heavy with the sorrow of a coming day and wondering at the carelessness of fate, how fate has manipulated things like that. A person belonging to the royal family now living in a low thatched roof. That itself is a carelessness of fate. Savitri is a Bhagyavati, full of auspicious things in her life, but she has to meet a very difficult situation in her life. And that is also the carelessness of fate. Perhaps behind that carelessness of fate, there is some deeper meaning. Fate is trying to work out something through that carelessness, of which nobody has knowledge. And wondering at the carelessness of fate, who breaks with idle hands the supreme works, that is what fate does. That is what fate has already done in the case of Savitri as first step. They parted from her with pain-fraught, burdened hearts. And forced by inescapable fate, we part from one whom we shall see never again. Driven by the singularity of her fate, help is again the choice of Savitri's heart. They left her to her rapture and her doom. Singularity of Savitri's fate, the uniqueness, something very exceptional, something most unusual, something which is packed, densely packed in a single point, as if the entire creation has gathered itself into a point of non-existence. A point of non-existence. It is that singularity into which they are seeing now the possibility of a new life unfolding. Driven by the singularity of her fate, helpless against the choice of Savitri's heart, they left her to her rapture and her doom. Left her in the tremendous forest to savage charge. Okay, now mind your own fate, live your own life. We don't know what is going to happen to you tomorrow. And that's it. Now here, again, the singularity of fate. If it is only a royal convoy, then without the parents, Savitri's parents, then for them it is quite obvious, here is a princess and she is living here now in a hermitage. And that is the kind of a fate which they are surprised at. How this happened, one doesn't know at all. They left her to her rapture and her doom. In the tremendous forest savage charge, all put behind her that was once her life. Savitri's parents, they kept aside everything behind, put aside all that was her in the palace at Mathura, once where she was staying. All put behind her that was once her life. So the life of Mathura, that is now the past. The future has to come. So as far as the parents are concerned, they have now kept aside all those things. All put behind her that was once her life. All welcomed that henceforth was his and hers. Now this first all put behind her would mean Savitri's parents. All welcome, all put behind her. So Savitri's parents are keeping behind, are putting aside all that past. But the other all welcomed Satyavan's parents, Savitri's parents-in-law, they are welcoming all. Savitri has walked into their house and she has become a welcome guest. All welcome that henceforth was his and hers, his and her, Savitri's and Satyavan's. The future life of the married couple, it is that which is being welcomed by everybody in the hermitages. All put behind her that was once her life. All welcome that henceforth was his and hers. She abode Satyavan in the wild woods, pricelessly deemed her joy so close to death. She alone knows now about Satyavan's death. But the joy of his companionship is of course priceless, yet so close to death. Pricelessly deemed a joy so close to death. Apart with love, she lived for love alone. Death does not come in the picture at all for her. Apart with love, only in the company of love, for love alone she lives here. She abode with Satyavan in the wild woods. Priceless she named a joy, so close to death. Apart with love, she lived for love alone. All put behind her. That was once her life. All welcome that henceforth was his and hers. As if self-poised about a march of days, time is not going to stop. But Savitri is self-poised. The days are running swiftly. Savitri is self-poised, contained, confident of her steps. As if self-poised about a march of days, her immobile spirit, calm, unperturbed, immobile, she watched the haste of time. Haste of time. For what she is watching? As if she is eager to see the arrival of the day on which Satyavan is going to die. Her moment of truth, it is that she is watching eagerly. Her immobile spirit watched the haste of time, a statue of passion and invincible force. This is what she will be on that fated day. A statue of passion and invincible force, an absolutism of sweet, imperious will, a tranquility and a violence to the gods. It is in the rush of that energy that she is going to meet that hour which is drawing closer. Deemed a joy so close to death, it is a joy, so to say, that she is waiting for it. A tranquility and a violence to the gods, indomitable and immutable. Immobile, self-poised, imperious, invincible, indomitable, immutable, tranquil, violent. These are the kind of attributes of Savitri character on that fated day. It is in that manner that she is going to meet death. Priceless she deemed a joy so close to death. Apart with love, she lived for love alone. As if self-poised about a march of days, her immobile spirit was the haste of time, a statue of passion and invincible force, an absolutism of sweet, imperious will, a tranquility and a violence to the gods, indomitable and immutable. So that is how the opening section of the book of Yoga brings Savitri to the hermitage where she is going to stay, where she is going to prepare herself to meet the challenge of death. We have here the description of the royal party bringing Savitri to the hermitage. They came into a mighty home of emerald dusk. As we saw last time, this day has been left undefined in Savitri here. But the connotation is very clear. that it is the royal parents, Savitri's mother and her father, accompanied by the high priest and the Brahmins and the performers of yajnas, and of course a small unit of army, all coming together to the forest in order to hand over Savitri to her new house, to her parents-in-law, so that they have been lived here in that sense undefined, but that is all understood. This party comes where? Into a mighty home of emerald dusk, a thick forest, green, beautiful forest, and it is there that they are coming now. They are onward led by a faint, brooding path, as we saw last time, is the rude refuge where Satyavan is staying. Rude refuge. Refuge, the dwelling place where he can be comfortable also, a place of safety, a place also for doing tapasya. But rude is purposefully used here by the poet to bring out a contrast of the palace from where Savitri is coming and the place where she will be living in future. Therefore, rude refuge. It is a rough-hewn homestead, a house surrounded by big farmland, permanent property, fixed property, assets, and it is there that the party is coming here, and it is in this place that Satyavan's parents are staying. His father, Devasena, who has become blind and lost his kingdom, and his careworn mother, Savitri, they are all staying in this hermitage. Now, obviously, this party will come here, the royal party will come here, bringing Savitri. They will stay there for some time, but finally they had to go back to the palace, leaving Savitri in charge of her parents-in-law. So they try to stay as long as possible because they love Savitri very much, and going back from her, losing her company, is going to be quite painful to them. Therefore, lingering for some more days, as long as possible, they stay there, see. And of course, they will be returning with heavy, sorrowful heart, because the daughter will no more now with them back in the palace. Now, this is the description we have in Shrebandu Savitri. And finally, arrived in that rough-hewn homestead, they gave, questioning no more the strangeness of her fate, their pride and loved one, to the great blind king, a regal pillar of foreign mightiness. That is the description of Satyavan and Satyavan's father. Similarly, the description of Satyavan's mother. She saw in her child somebody who would bring happiness to her, adoring wisdom and beauty like a young goddess. She saw him loved by heaven as by herself. The way she was loving him, in the same manner she saw heaven also loving him, because for her, most unexpectedly, a beautiful daughter-in-law is going to enter the house, and it cannot be but the gift of heaven. So in that sense, she is also very happy. She rejoiced in his brightness and believed in his fate. But she did not know of the evil drawing near. That was a top secret of the palace of Ashwapati. Only 3 persons knew about the evil day drawing nearer: Ashwapati, Savitri's mother, and of course Savitri. None else in the world, in this world, knew about the fate of Satyavan, that after 1 year he would be no more. So finally, the royal party comes here. She is welcomed by the parents-in-law, and the moment of their departure has come. They have to go back to the palace, Ashwapati and Savitri's mother, Malavi. So the poet describes it like this: all put behind her that was once her life. All those memories, all those beautiful, sweet events of life of a young princess, all were kept behind by them. By whom? All put behind. The convoy which brought Savitri to the place here, everybody loved Savitri very much, but they all kept everything behind, because she has now entered a new phase of life. And although they did not know, all of them did not know exactly what was going to happen in future, but they saw that this royal princess is not living in a palace, but is living in a ascetics, hermitage, and that itself was for them a kind of a cruel hand of fate bringing Savitri to this place. They did not know about the death of Satyavan, but this transition from palace to the hermitage was itself something not very easily acceptable to them, obviously. All put behind her that was once her life as a princess. All welcomed that henceforth was his and hers. Again, all welcomed, obviously, Satyavan's parents, the rishis of the forest, those great tapasvins, their disciples, in the whole conclave who were staying there, all welcomed Savitri to the new place. And in that sense, the transition has taken place from palace to the hermitage, to the conclaves of the rishis and the tapasvins here. She abode with Satyavan in the wild woods. Priceless she deemed her joy, so close to death. She is happy in the company of her husband, and obviously every moment of her life in his company was very precious, was priceless. Although it was so close to death, she knew that he was going to die. She has not told anything. She has not given any idea, any inkling of it to her husband, Satyavan. Priceless she deemed her joy, so close to death. Apart with love, she lived for love alone. As if still poised above the march of days, her immobile spirit bore the haste of time, a statue of passion and invincible force, an absolutism of spirit, imperious will, a tranquility and a warrant to the gods, indomitable and immutable, that was herself poised figure, composure, personality, full of confidence to meet any eventuality in life, self-poised, indomitable and immutable. It is with this now the next moment in Savitri's life begins. She stays in the hermitage like a housewife, attending all homely duties, lighting the kitchen fire, lighting the altar, bringing water from the well, cleaning the house, all those little jobs. A princess now, she has to do herself. So that transition has taken place. Now this is the scene we have in Sri Aurobindo Savitri. But we see that there are very meaningful, very purposeful departures made by him from the story of Savitri we have in the Mahabharata. Vyasa's story has a slightly different kind of a description than what we have in Sri Aurobindo's Savitri. The first major departure from the old story is that in Sri Aurobindo's Savitri there is no formal marriage ceremony present. The way in which is described in Vyasa's Savitri, how the traditional marriage was performed and how Savitri was then left in charge of her parents-in-law. The marriage ceremony which is described here in Vyasa's Savitri is not present in Sri Aurobindo's description, Savitri. There is another important change in Sri Aurobindo's Savitri compared with what we have in Vyasa's Savitri. In Vyasa's Savitri, Savitri is going from place to place in search of her husband. She goes to far and distant lands, staying in different palaces, going to hermitages, staying in the ashramas, staying in the temples. She travels on, maybe for several months, and finally she just returns to the palace. She just returns to the palace, indicating that the search for which, the quest on which she had gone has been fulfilled. But what actually happened, how she found her life's partner, how they met each other, how they agreed to be together in life, that is not described in Vyasa's Savitri. She goes from place to place and returns. That's all. They're meeting, they're staying together, they're getting acquainted, they're agreeing to join into each other's life. That is not present here. But that is exactly what we have in Sri Aurobindo Savitri. The book of love is absent in Vyasa's Savitri. The book of marriage is absent in Sri Aurobindo Savitri. So these are quite important departures. Now we are seeing what we have got here in Sri Aurobindo Savitri. that the royal convoy comes, they stay there in the hermitage for a few days perhaps, and then all of them return to the palace, to Mathura. Beyond that, there is no further description at all in Shivananda Savitri here. Let us see in comparison what we have in Vyasa Savitri. In fact, perhaps we could read some passages directly from this, how the marriage is performed by Ashwapati. Savitri has found a life partner and she is now back in the palace where of course Narad is already present. Her father asks to tell them about the discovery of her soul, of her finding the life partner. Savitri reveals that in the Salva forest she met Satyavan and it is him who she had chosen to be her husband. And then Narad says, "Oh, aho mahat papam, aho mahat papam." What a calamitous thing Savitri has done. That is the first utterance of Narad. Mahat papam is what it says. And then of course later on he says that Savitri has made a very good choice in selecting Satyavan, and he of course blesses her also. Now, after this particular event, Savitri disclosing to her parents, Narad blessing them, Ashwapati prepares all the necessary details, gets ready with all the necessary details to take Savitri to Salva forest and make a formal proposal of marriage to Satyavan's father. Ashwapati goes to the forest, meets Dyumatsena and says that I have come here to offer my daughter to your son. Please accept her. That is the kind of formal proposal Ashwapati makes. And then finally, with some hesitation, Dyumatsena agrees to accept her. It is that part which we quickly see in the Mahabharata story. You see. The king, that is Ashwapati, paid attention to the details of giving his daughter in marriage by arranging for the needed materials, whatever is required to perform the marriage. By arranging for the needed materials for the marriage, he got everything ready and set himself to go to the Salva forest. He invited the elderly Brahmins and all the priests officiating at the holy sacrifice and the reciters of the riks, choosing an auspicious day and hour. He, along with them and his daughter, set out on the journey. On reaching the deep and sacred forest, the king walked, accompanied by the Brahmins, to the hermitage where abode King Sage Dyumatsena. He is walking towards the place where stays Dyumatsena. There he saw under a tall, stately shala tree, huge big shala tree, under that blind Dyumatsena is sitting. There he saw under a tall and stately shala tree, seated on an ascetic's mat, the illustrious king, but now blind. The king, with due honor, that is Ashwapati, with due honor, offered respect to Dyumatsena and using proper and intent speech, introduce himself to him. Who I am, why I have come. Ashwapati is introducing himself to Vyumasena. In return, Vyumasena, well versed in dharma, received Ashwapati by giving him oblations argya and making available a high seat and by gifting a sacred cow. He has come as my guest, Atithi, so he gives him oblations. He offers him a high seat and presents him a cow, a holy cow. He then inquired the good cause of his visit to him. What for you I come? You are a welcome guest, but please let me know what for you I come. Then, expressing his wish and the purpose of approaching him about Satyavan, Ashwapati described the several details that had to be attended to in the matter. Ashwapati said, Vyumasena, a beautiful and virtuous daughter I have, named Savitri. I am approaching you with a request. O established in Dharma, please accept her in the just and proper way as your daughter-in-law. Vyumasena replies, but look, I have lost my kingdom and here in the forest I am living a life according to the Dharma, in the practices of austerity. How can it be fair for your daughter to adopt this hermitage life and bear sufferings and hardships associated with it? That is what Vyumasena is arguing. How can I accept your proposal? But then Ashwapati replies, look, happiness and sorrow are born and then die. Both my daughter and I know of it well, that you have lost your kingdom, you have no property, you have no money, you have no powers in your hand, all those things. I know of it. Please speak not therefore in that way and to a person like me who understands all these aspects of life. I have come here with due resolve, being aware of all things. It is in the expectation and with a feeling of good agreeable friendship that I solicit you, and in that disappoint me not. Don't disappoint me by not accepting my daughter. Having approached you with love, send me not back by denying my request. In every respect, you conform to my standing. You are of the same status in dignity. In every respect, you are my equal. In every respect, you conform to my standing, and you are acceptable to me as I too for you. Kindly consent to receive my daughter as a bride for Satyavan and a good daughter-in-law for you. That is the proposal Ashwapati makes. And return, Vyumasena says, it had been my long cherished desire. I have been myself wishing to have a family tie with you, that we establish amongst us blood relationship. And with the loss of the kingdom, I thought I had lost all my hope for such a relationship. I lost all my hope, all my longings, all my desire would not have been fulfilled because of this. But if this old wish of mine, which I always held close to me, is to be fulfilled by coming back this way, then let it be so. Your proposal is then acceptable to me. You are my most welcome and honorable guest. Then, inviting all the learned Brahmins and the dwellers of the ashrama of that forest, the two kings in their assembly, and following the prescribed rites and ceremonies, performed the marriage. Ashwapati, after giving his daughter and having extended several presents, and extremely pleased as he was, returned to the palace. Satyavan was happy to have such a beautiful wife, endowed with noble and fine qualities, and Savitri too was joyous that her heart's desire had been fulfilled. Her heart's desire had been fulfilled. After the departure of her father, she laid aside all the rich ornaments and robes and began wearing bark garments, vulgar, and red-dyed clothes, saffron-colored clothes. With the service and with other similar qualities of courtesy and humility, of poise and great composure in her conduct, and by doing the very duties to each one's satisfaction, Savitri kept all pleased and happy. She looked after the physical needs of her mother-in-law and took care of her clothes. Also, whatever little she spoke to her father-in-law, restraining herself, she did so with godly respect and reverence for him. In a like manner, with sweet and loving speech, and ever proficient, always remaining calm and tranquil, and in the privacy, she saw, waiting upon her husband, that he was happy in every respect. Thus, in that ashram, and engaged in tapasya, this way they lived, and a lot of time passed by. But then Savitri, with woe in her heart, was languishing ever on getting up in the morning or while sleeping the night. At every moment, what Narad had foretold, those words constantly remained in her mind, in her heart, in her soul. So this is the description we have in the ancient tale of Savitri, which has been skipped by Shrebantu, but which has been, in another sense, incorporated by him in the form of a marriage ceremony at a different level. At a different level. It is a marriage of the two souls which has already taken place and the formal ritualistic marriage is therefore not necessary anymore. In Savitri, we have in the Book of Love this marriage described in a very different manner altogether. Satyavan and Savitri have met in the wide forest. Suddenly, their souls identified with each other. Satyavan makes advances towards Savitri in the form of a courtship speech. He uses a long description, what he is, why he is here for, what he was wanting in life until now, and what will be fulfilled in Savitri entering into his life. This is the kind of a description, a courtship speech he makes and makes advances towards Savitri. Savitri at once understands all that. Her soul has recognized the ancient identity which is soul. They have spoken with each other. Now in the human form, they are meeting here again. Satyavan says that he has spiritual experiences, great spiritual realizations, but he finds that those spiritual realizations are elsewhere in the spiritual consciousness, in contrast to things which are there here in life. They are not entering into the physical life here. There is a kind of a sharp division between spirit and matter. And the moment he sees Savitri, he knows that the link between the two is present in her. For now, the gold link comes to me with thy feet, and his gold sun has shone on me from thy face. And now the gold link comes to me with thy feet. So this is the hyperlink. It is established here. And it will click up there, you see. Things will happen down there. And the moment she sees him, he says, my mind transfigures to a rapturous seer. Suddenly there is joy in me, rapturous seer. Here is the gold link which will establish a connection between spirit and matter. And finally, a moment which all mammals shall cry, and every bird, remember it is the cry. That is how Satyavan describes the happiness in which they will be living together. And Savitri, he chant, a kind of a spell has been cast on her. She is becoming, so to say, extremely beautiful because she has found his love. So she has become more beautiful now because of that. And as a result of that beauty, her eyelashes also become very charming, very attractive. And her deep soul, because of those beautiful eyes, is drawn out as if the soul is coming out from within to meet the beauty of those eyes. And it is through those eyes now it is seeing the world. So Savitri's soul, allured to her lashes by his passionate words, her fathomless soul looked at him from her eyes. Passing her lips in liquid sounds, she spoke, "O Satyavan, I have heard thee, and I know that thou and only thou art he." Finished. Savitri has given the consent to the proposal which Satyavan was making. I know that thou and only thou art he for whom I had been searching all along. And then finally, Savitri gets down from the chariot, picks up wild flowers, suddenly starts weaving a garland and puts it around the neck of Satyavan. And that is how the marriage is performed, so to say, here. On the high glowing cupola of the day, fate tied a knot with moorings, halo threads, while with the ministry of an auspicious art, hard bound before the sun, their marriage fire, the wedding of the eternal Lord and spouse, took place again on earth in human forms. While the ministry of an auspicious hour, hard bound before the sun, their marriage fire, the wedding with the eternal Lord and spouse, took place again on earth in human forms. In a new act of the drama of the world, the united two began a greater age. In the silence and murmur of that emerald world, and the mutter of the praise rain's sacred verse, amid the choral whisperings of the leaves, love's twain had joined together and grew one. The natural miracle was wrought once more. In the immutable ideal world, one human moment was eternal made. Now this is the description of Satyavan's and Savitri's marriage in the book of love. It is the heavenly marriage which is being performed on earth. The wedding of the eternal Lord and spouse took place again on earth in human forms. There is no formal proposal by parents of one to the parents of the other. It has already happened elsewhere, it is being performed here.